Okay. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. And before we begin, I'd like to pay respect to the First Nations, past and present, and acknowledge the important role First Nations people continue to play within our community. So I'll draw your attention to the addendum, which you received at 3 o'clock. There are 4 added items, 1 to number 8, which is staff reports, business, or public, sorry, pictures added to number 8, and then 3 added to number 9. And because we have John Jackson appearing in the delegations in 5A, I'm going to suggest we move item 7D, for which Mr. Jackson is also acting as the agent, up to follow him so that he can be on and then off Zoom again together. Does anybody have anything to add or comments on the agenda?
Question, Mayor?
Sure.
This addendum item, Gaskin. When did we deal with this already at any time in the past?
No, but it is, we did deal with it in part, but it is on, hang on, public meeting A. So all they're doing is adding photographs to the item 8A.
No, have we dealt with this file before in recent meetings? My question. I don't recognize the name.
I think we've seen, the clerk has something to add here.
I don't know if Steve's there, but this is just the public meeting part, so that would lead me to believe this is the first time you're seeing it. This isn't
Okay.
a decision tonight.
Yeah, there's no
Okay.
resolution attached to it.
All right, so this is something new,
It's for the public
not
meeting.
historic. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or discussion on the agenda and the addendum? Okay, do I have a motion?
Yeah, I guess not Terry, so.
Sorry.
Terry, sorry.
Okay, that's, okay. So could I have a motion from Ward 1?
For the adoption of the agenda?
Yeah, yep. Darrell Moffett.
I so moved.
Ward 2?
I'll second that.
I don't need one, okay, all right, so, we're skipping that, and is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature there? Oh, Rod, sorry, can you start using your little blue hand, because that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, hang on. What I wanted to ask was, are you voting on that approval?
No, we don't,
Oh, we don't?
we're just voting on the addendum, and we need 2/3 majority to have the agenda with the addendum items, so all in favor?
Well, that's what I meant. You were moving.
Yep.
I thought maybe you were moving on to conflicts.
No,
Okay.
sorry, all in favor, thank you. So now we are moving on to pecuniary interest. Does anyone that's online have a pecuniary interest? None declared. Okay, now I've got a motion that you moved by Darrell Moffett and seconded by Art Coles, that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby adopt the minutes of the regular and closed session meetings of Council held on June 15th as circulated. Are there any comments or discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Carried. And now, could I have a motion from Ward 3? This is for the minutes of the closed meetings on the 23rd.
Rod Osborne, so moved.
Brad Osborne. And I'll skip to Ward 5.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Ted Collins. Seconded. That the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby adopt the minutes of the special and closed session meetings of Council held on June 23rd, 2020, as circulated. Any discussion? Comments? All in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Okay, so I'm going to read this motion and then ask for movers and seconders. And this one, Mr. Jackson is present as the agent, and I believe, do we have Mr. Dagg on the telephone? Okay, just jump Mr. Jackson. That the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby grant an exemption for 202 Blue Lake Road, property roll number 4903-036-02706-00000 for DAG, pursuant to section 5.1 of bylaw number 2008-105, being a bylaw to prohibit or regulate the placing or dumping or removal of fill in areas of the Township of Seguin, subject to the conditions as outlined in staff report number DPS-PL-2020-055, copy as attached as Schedule A to this resolution. Could I have a motion from Councillor Finson?
I so move.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Moffat.
I'll second that.
I'll turn the meeting over to Mr. Jackson for his input before we discuss or have a vote. So, John, do you want to?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yep.
Yep, and we can see you.
Okay, thank you. Just a technical glitch. Tom Dagg is on my speakerphone because he was having trouble phoning in a connection. So depending upon how this proceeds, he may need to answer a question if there's one that I might not be familiar with, although I'm pretty familiar with the file. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak. The application is to allow Mr. Dagg to place a driveway across a small wet area on his lot on Otter Lake, which essentially splits that lot from the roadside, if you like, to the other side of a little wet area. And the way that the bylaw for filling to allow such a construction works is that we either have to get an permit from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, which gives us an automatic approval under the bylaw, or we have to ask council for an exemption. We have been trying very, very hard to make the easy route, and that unfortunately has ended up with dead ends after dead ends. And so what Mr. Dagg has done is he's also carried out a number of investigations from the various environmental concerns, including the protection of fisheries and for any risk management as far as species at risk is concerned. So at every turn, he has been asked to complete such due diligence exercises. He's in fact undertaken those. And so because our only opportunity left is with the supposed flexibility that's in the bylaw, that's where we have to go with this. I know the planners would have preferred not recommending crossing this EP area, but we're now down to no choice, and we've done all we could to in fact mitigate against any impact. So we're here hat in hand to ask for an exemption to carry out the driveway construction with the necessary or attendant protection measures that are expected not only by the legislation under the Endangered Species Act, but the Fisheries Act and concerns also with respect to staff. We don't know why M&R, and I think your planners agree with me, did not insert themselves in the process, but they, from the outset, have decided that they do not want to be involved. And I think that speaks loudly for supporting the fact that the province does not feel it has a interest in this particular issue. So what we're hoping to do is essentially cross this wetland with some protection measures, not unlike a neighbor who's crossed his little wetland as well. A couple of corrections in some of the report items was that Steve had indicated that the neighbor had allowed the passage of the wetland across his driveway, but that's not in fact the case. He is adamant that he would not, because from the very beginning, when I approached the neighbor on Mr. Dagg's behalf, it became clear he wanted the right-of-way not to be shared with anyone. And so this file actually goes back now to 2011, when Mr. Dagg first bought the property. Almost a decade's passed. He has retired with his partner. As they've grown old, they've learned it's become quite difficult to get in a boat and take that boat across 30 or 40 meters of this little wet area. And because they'd like to retire on the property, this has become a very important exercise. And we want to thank staff for all its assistance, because whenever we've asked them, they've come out, and even the ward councillor came out last week, and we appreciate Councillor Cole's efforts in understanding it. So here we are, hopefully going to get council support, which is understandingly rare, but we think there's not anything more we can do to protect the environment and comply with the municipality and other legislation. So I'm just going to ask Tom Dagg. Tom, did you hear all of this?
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Okay. So here we are, Madam Mayor and Council, asking for this exception to be made for Mr. Dagg's driveway. Thank you.
Okay, we have questions from councillors. Councillor Moffat?
Yeah, I just have one question, John. When the property was purchased in 2011, was area zoned as EP zone?
Yes, the entire wetland has been zoned EP.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cole?
Mute here. Yes, I was there last week with Tom and John. Visited the site. We did a thorough review of the location that the driveway, proposed driveway or trail would go in. And it is literally adjacent to the existing one that the neighbor will not allow them to use any longer. So I am going to support this, provided the implementation of this follows all the mitigating factors that are recommended in terms of culverts, culvert sizes, water height on the culverts, protection of the species in a manner that's appropriate in all the locations. I probably wouldn't, except that the neighbors is right there, right beside it, and it just doesn't make any sense not to allow this to go in as well. And in fact, all the measures that they're proposing are far improved over what the neighbor did.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess to John Jackson and through you, Mayor. Did the neighbor, when they built their causeway through this EP zone, did they receive permission to do so? They just went ahead and did it a number of years ago.
If I had to put the pieces together, Your Worship, through you, they predated the fill bylaw. So when the fill bylaw came along in 2008, just before Mr. Dagg purchased his, the rules changed. So when the neighbor built, they were well before the fill bylaws. So
Secondly, I'm not surprised that M&R locally did not respond. It seems that they're either their duties have been changed, or they're not living up to them. I don't know which. This reminds me of back about 5, 6 years ago, a similar situation where someone started to build a road across a wetland from 141 across wetland that was flowing into Gilbank Lake, which flows into Turtle Lake. And that work order was stopped, not by local M&R personnel. It was highly recommended by M&R Bracebridge. I think Steve Shilkin, I believe, sent a letter to council recommending that not happen, that it wasn't environmentally sound, and we turned it down. It was very similar type of wetland, similar distance. What are we talking here? 200 or 300 yards or 100 yards?
Oh, 40 meters. So a tenth of that.
Okay. So our official plan states that we don't tamper with wetlands, I believe. And this thing started back in 13, John? The initial.
I think that the initial, Mr. Dagg bought the property in 2011, and he obviously always wanted to pursue the crossing for obvious reasons. So the initial application was probably around 2013 to MNRF.
Would Mr. Dagg have been aware at the time he purchased in 2011 that a fill bylaw had been passed, and that buying that piece of property, he may not be able to gain access without use of the neighbor's drive? Would you not been aware?
I think that the way that the legislation is actually crafted, it gives you the notion that if you carry out whatever you need to carry out in terms of due diligence, you should be considered for the exceptions under appropriate conditions. So I wouldn't say that you would interpret that legislation as being absolute. That would be my impression, even today. In fact, if you go to the preamble of the bylaw, the preamble indicates that the fill bylaw is intended to be flexible.
Okay, and finally, I just want to draw attention to the report from Steve Stone here on our agenda, page 27 on your iPads, Council, where the peer review was provided by Hutchison Environmental. And there's a highlighted excerpt from the peer review which states that we conclude the 2 Riverstone reports have not satisfactorily demonstrated the proposed causeway will have no negative impacts on significant natural features and their functions. So, Steve, if I would like you to comment on that excerpt and give us your opinion of what might happen to what impact there may be on the environment here. Thank you.
Steve, did you hear that question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to thank Council for the opportunity to talk. The Council was in receipt of an email that was sent from Tom Dagg in reference to a report that was prepared as follow-up to the peer review that happened last summer. That report was prepared in November of last year. Unfortunately, we did search all our emails. We didn't receive that. We also followed up with a peer review consultant, and they were not sent that report by Al Shaw, the consultant who wrote it. So that being said, what we've done is we've forwarded it to Hutchison, who did the initial peer review, for their consideration. To answer the councillor's question, I would certainly defer to our peer review to provide additional analysis, but the matter before council is really for the exemption request to go forward. Without that, staff's not in position to comment on what might be the impacts. John, being the agent's consultant, may be able to provide an answer to the councillor in that regard.
All right, thank you. And I just want to draw your attention to page 7 of the peer review, where it talks about the overall peer review assessment. The question to Hutchison was, are the reports complete? And the answer was no. The reports consider fish habitat and habitat of endangered and threatened species. However, impacts of the project on other significant heritage features, wetlands, significant wildlife, and adjacent lands are not assessed. No fish surveys were conducted to characterize the resident fish community. And I understand it is type 1 fish habitat in there. And as well, the Riverstone study was desktop. So for all these reasons and the precedent that we have from the property on 141, Sullivan was the name. I don't know if you were around then, Steve. Sullivan and Teeds. Do you recall that file? We denied that crossing for similar reasons.
It was before my time, but I'm aware of it, yes.
Okay, so for that reason, I can't support this at all.
Could I respond?
Sure. Mr. Jackson, do you have a reply for Councillor Osborne?
To a degree, I do. Yes, the response to the peer review was prepared. Now I don't know what happened in terms of the chain. Obviously, the chain got broken until we indicated to the planning department as late as today that you're missing the comments on the peer review, which covered off some of the concerns. I think it's important to point out that the Department of Fisheries, who have jurisdiction over fish habitat in 2013, had indicated that this driveway could proceed with minimal risk, subject to certain conditions, and that position was actually confirmed this year again, so that those protective or mitigative measures are in place. So again, I want to underline to council that everything that was asked to have been done had been done, and all of the concerns that were brought up were responded to in terms of what the applicant could do to convince the council that the environment is in fact as protected as it can be.
Thank you. Councillor Collins for the comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this question kind of refers to what's on page 27, zoning bylaw 206-125, that permits a recreational trail in an environmental protection zone. Now, this environmental protection zone is on this gentleman's property. And there's already a supposed, not driveway, but it's what Councillor Cole called it, was a trail that's already there. So I'm thinking if this would have been presented to council as a recreational trail, would we not review it as such and permit the driveway as there is one already there? Thank you.
Councillor Felder.
Thanks. So on the face of it, Steve, can I ask you this? So on the face of it, there's really some more documents to come, right? We don't have now all the documents that the applicant prepared for whatever reason. They're not all part of this file. Is that correct, Steve?
Director Stone, can you?
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Fellner. Yes, that is correct. I mean, John is correct. We have really tried to facilitate a fair review of this project, and I would simply say that we did check our emails back and forth, even have an email request into Al Shaw. He hasn't returned our call yet, but we did receive the document. We forwarded on to our peer review for their consideration.
Just me, Madam Mayor, to also respond. So we had the environmental work done. we had actually used an environmental firm recommended by the municipality. Then the municipality had the environmental work peer reviewed. There were, correctly as Councillor Osborne indicated, some concerns expressed. So then our environmental person peer reviewed the peer review. So what we're at in terms of this time is we're talking about a peer review of the peer review of the peer review. So I'm not trying to be silly, but I'm just saying there's a lot of continued ongoing back and forth here that I don't think the process necessarily.
Okay, but John, you said that the DFO commented and the DFO commented back positive.
Yes.
Okay, so really if the wildlife is mitigated prior to construction and the site's delineated off as per their recommendations, then really what we're dealing with is a reduced footprint of what is environment of the EP zone, basically, after you put your road in, right?
That's right. We're recognizing the kinds of controls that include silt curtains, erosion control, that sort of thing that would never have been done, say, back before the fill bylaw.
Right, and clean rock fill, that type of thing. And then is there an equalization culvert in the plan as well to permit equalization of the water in the area, and then the passage of animals?
Four culverts across this 40-meter span.
Okay.
Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Collins brought up an interesting point that I was unaware of. I haven't seen any pictures indicating an existing trail. Are there any pictures, John?
No, what we found, if I can, Your Worship, through you, is that sort of late in the program, we saw that the EP zone permits recreational trails. So we thought, well, if M&R can't help us because they won't give us a permit, maybe we have a bit of a loophole because recreation trails are allowed. Most recreation trails we think of are like the Seguin Recreation Trail or the Rose Point Trail, and those are significant roadways. What we're talking about is a 12-foot wide driveway, and the neighbor has one. So maybe the loophole is, even although we wouldn't ignore the mitigation measures, maybe we are able to fall under a recreation trail, but the planners at Seguin think that was a definitional issue that they weren't comfortable with.
Okay, so is there a trail or is there not a trail to where this proposed driveway would be built?
Well, there's a trail to the edge of the wet area, and then there's a trail on the other side of the 40 meters.
But not across the water?
No, that's what we're trying to do, Councillor.
Okay, so Councillor Collins' comments made it sound as though there was an existing trail, but there was not. Okay, so you're right about the permitting a recreational trail in an EP zone, John. However, the next section talks about does not permit 2006-125 does not permit a driveway in an environmental protection zone. Does the owner intend to walk across this trail or go across on a four-wheeler, or is he going to drive his vehicle?
Oh, he would drive his vehicle.
Okay, so then it becomes by virtue of that a driveway.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, so that is not allowed under our zoning bylaw 2006-125. And the fact you're putting culverts in, it sounds like the more the better. The more culverts you put in, the more destruction there is to the wetland in order to accommodate those culverts. I'm just totally against digging around in a wetland. You could drain it too. I guess that'd be a solution, but that's highly illegal.
Well, it's really hard to explain what the biologists think. Now, I think that in actual fact, the more culverts with the more hydrology that's not disturbed is a good thing. That's my impression.
But you're going to sorry.
I just want to finish off by saying, for whatever reason, when M&R found out that Mr. Dagg's property was patented land versus Crown Lake bed, they backed off.
I just don't understand in a small spot like this, having two routes to properties that are next door to each other, and why these two owners can't get together and use one. I don't understand that. It would just make better use of the existing road or whatever it is. It's not happening.
I could not agree with you more, and we've been there, done that, and it ain't gonna happen, Rod.
So they can't come to an agreement, the two owners?
We tried,
Okay.
trust me.
Well, I don't, okay, so I'll just finish off by saying, I know Ann wants to move on here. Am I upsetting you, Ann?
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure we keep going.
Okay, I just want to finish off by saying, regardless of what Fisheries and Oceans and reviewers and the consultants say, we do have a bylaw that clearly states 2006-125 does not permit a driveway in EP zone, full stop. And that's what's important here is council following its own rules. Seguin, not M&R, not Fisheries and Oceans, not Riverstone or Hutchison. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a resolution on the table that would grant the exemption to the Blue Lake Road, for the Blue Lake Road to build the causeway. So I'm going to call for a vote, and I'm going to suggest that it be a recorded vote, if we could. So in voting for the resolution, you are allowing the causeway. Is that correct, clerk?
If you vote, it's to grant the exemption.
Yeah, so a yay is to grant the exemption and allow the causeway. So we will do a recorded vote. We need the tools again, sorry. I was gonna go get them.
Magic box.
The magic box. We're not in our normal locations. What's this?
Yes, please. Councillor Finson,
Nay.
Councillor Collins,
Nay.
I'm sorry,
Nay.
nay.
Councillor Osborne,
Nay.
Councillor Moffat,
Nay.
Councillor Fellner,
Nay.
I'm sorry, we didn't catch you, Terry?
Nay.
Nay, okay.
Councillor Cole,
Yay.
and Mayor McDermott.
Nay. Okay, so the resolution does not pass to allow it. Thank you very much. Now, what I'd like to do,
Sorry, just a procedural thing. Councillor Fellner is now here.
yeah,
So
just a little bit of procedure. Councillor Fellner, do you have any pecuniary interest to declare?
Yes, I do. I do. Where do we go? I have a pecuniary interest in item. Give it to me for a minute.
6B, I believe.
Which one was it?
6B, account B.
Yeah, 6B counts as Wayne Hall Construction's my employer.
Thank you.
I don't know what I did with this piece of paper.
So, yeah, we'll just, okay, so what we're gonna do, because Mr. Jackson's still on the phone, if you don't mind, we're going to move to 7D. So I need to move us into Development Protective Services reports. So I'll just read the motion that takes us there. that Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby receive the staff reports as presented on the agenda for July 6, 2020 meeting of council. So could I have a motion from Councillor Coles
Also move.
and a seconder from Councillor Osborne?
Yes, so moved. What section are we at now? please?
We're gonna jump to 7D because Mr. Jackson is the
Okay,
agent for that item, and
Okay,
that will allow
yeah,
him to
okay.
get off of Zoom.
all right, thank you. Yeah, I second that. Thank you.
Okay. So are you familiar? This is the Bailey report, and there is a resolution associated with it. Mr. Jackson, do you want to speak to it?
I saw the report, Madam Mayor, and very, very appreciative of council agreeing with our suggestions. I don't need to take any time. If council has questions, I'd be happy to respond.
Should do the motion first.
Okay, I should read the full motion first. I'm just going. So for those of you that are looking, it's on page 115 of your agenda package. Do I need to read the whole thing? Okay. Whereas on the 26th day of August 2019, the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin passed resolution number 2019-314 granting provisional approval to consent application numbers B 2019-0021-C and B 2019-0022-C and B 2019-0023-C for Bailey, subject to the conditions set out in the decision. And whereas the applicant has requested that council remove conditions number 7 and 8 of the consent application decision B 2019-0021-C for Bailey and B 2019-0022-C for Bailey. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby amend the decisions for consent applications number B 2019-0021-C for Bailey and B 2019-0022-C for Bailey by removing the following conditions. Number 7, that the proposed severed lots be rezoned from the existing rural RU zone to a site-specific village residential 1, that's R1, and/or village residential 2, R2, zone to address such matters as reduced frontage, lot area, and refinements to the boundaries of the EP zone. And number 8, the extent and exact location of the environmental protection boundary will be determined by way of an environment impact study prepared in accordance with B15 of the official plan. And further, that as per the authority granted under section 53(26) of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, chapter P13, as amended, the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin has determined that the changes to the conditions of consent application number B 2019-0021-C for Bailey and B 2019-0022-C for Bailey, as indicated, are minor and therefore does not require further notice to be provided. Could I have a motion from Councillor Fellner?
So moved.
Okay, and a seconder from Councillor Collins.
Yes, Councillor Collins seconds that move.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or questions for Mr. Jackson? Or Steve, Director Stone? None at this time, then I will call for.
Yes, Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed a blue hand, Councillor Osborne, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Just a question for Steve Stone. Steve, I think we deferred this one, did we not, from last meeting?
Yes, that is correct.
due to conditions, some conditions not having been met. Are you satisfied all necessary conditions have been met at this time?
No, well, no, that's the issue before council tonight. The conditions are not satisfied.
Can you stipulate them? The missing,
Yeah, if you're referring to page 115 in the council agenda. So if you look at the conditions, there's two out of the three files have 10 conditions.
yes,
So number one is irrelevant, it's just information. Number two, so we have a survey, so item Roman numeral 1 has been satisfied,
yes,
but item number 2, which is the 3 copies of the registered form, is still outstanding. Number 3 is still outstanding. Number 4 is, yeah, which is stamping deeds. That's standard with number 2 being submitted. We've confirmed that taxes are paid, so that would be 4. 5 only counts if there is peer review, and there's been none at this point, so that's fine. They've done 6, which is paid for the parkland fee. The two matters before council is 7 and 8, so they haven't applied for the rezoning, and they have submitted the EIS. Now, the EIS recommends further study, and one of the reasons why we asked for the EIS was to determine the limits of the wetland boundary. So they have determined the limits. It just would have been nice to have the rezoning reflect the limits of the wetland, but those two haven't been satisfied. I understand that they have received confirmation from the Conservation Authority. We just aren't in receipt of that document. And number 10's been cleared. Public Works has agreed that they have access. They have no access issues with the development. So,
okay, thank you. So the items 7 and 8, the conditions, they're not being eliminated here. They're still required.
no, the request before council, as it was presented to you at the last meeting of council, was actually to delete those 7 and 8.
Do we have a comment from planning on deleting those, on the validity of deleting those, Steve?
Well, John was retained most lately as of Friday, and his comment was that you could ask for them to have a plan of subdivision, which is remaining. The reason why we again asked for these conditions first go around was that we were concerned about the limits of the wetland, especially as it related to the very small lot. Because right now, the zoning bylaw delineates it as part rural and part EP zone, so or wetland. What the EIS showed is that the small lot doesn't have any environmental protection, but the big lot does actually. That was a surprise to us.
Okay, does the issue then of the number 8, the EIS as it pertains to the EP zone, planning feels that's important to uphold?
Well, it certainly is important for the development of the property.
Will a plan of subdivision answer those questions, go through that,
Yes.
particular item?
Well, that's true.
It would?
Yes. If
So-
they apply, it will.
Okay, and I guess the next question is to the planner, John Jackson. Is there a plan of subdivision going to be coming on this, John, or not?
Yes, and that's the basis for my request, is that the plan of subdivision is likely going to trigger more refined kinds of zoning tool changes, as well as more specific environmental mitigation measures. So what's happening, if I could describe it as a wholesale of part of Bailey's property to the subdivider, and we're going to take that wholesale property and apply for a plan of subdivision, which will trigger all these other items to somewhere down the road. So it's a little premature for those refinements at this time. You will not lose control and the ability to put those protective measures in place.
So could we then, Steve, pass this with these exclusions on 7 and 8 provisional to a plan of subdivision being submitted?
Well, if you were to delete these two, as stated in the report, you have a variety of options. The first one, really, as requested, was to delete the two conditions and make them that being a minor decision. So no notice would happen. Now, if you were to delete these conditions and say what I think you're saying, which is to make a condition that requires them to apply for plan of subdivision with the necessary studies, to me, that would be a major change, which means they now we have to give new notice, and that gives them a year to satisfy though that new and the rest of the conditions. Now, bear in mind, the request was before council because there was a closing date issue. I'm not aware of what the new closing date is, but I believe it's sometime in August, which would then make it very challenging for them to satisfy all the conditions if you put the new condition in.
Thank you. One more question, Mayor, to John.
Oh.
I don't know if we have an idea of how many units in this plan would there be built in this development? Any idea? What's the plan?
The plan, interesting, Rod, goes back about 40 years ago. There was an original subdivision plan. We're picking up on that, but there's ultimately going to be like about 14 or so lots. And there's an interest in the community for some affordable housing elements in that.
Yep.
And the new owners are on board with that as well.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of developable property in the area. I think it's a good thing. I wouldn't want to hold this up for any irrational reason. I'm for that kind of growth. I just want to make sure that we're somehow covered on that EP edge. That's all. Thank you.
I see that Councillor Collins has his hand up. I just have one question of clarification for Director Stone. Are you recommending, if I read the conclusion, point 8 on page 124, is planning basically recommending your option B to make it major and then change the date of lapsing date? Is that what planning, am I clear, understanding planning's recommendation correctly?
Well, the recommendation really is to consider what is being asked of council to do, and that's basically to delete conditions 7 and 8 on both of the consent applications. If council chooses to do that, in light of the closing date of August, I would say that is a minor decision. That's really what the applicant and their agents are asking for. The complication with deeming it major, as is staff's opinion, it is major, is that it would create a new lapsing date that would be sometime in 2021, in August, let's say, or well, it would be July, so that would force them to renegotiate a closing date. So I would simply say, from what the applicant and agent are requesting, you would deem the two conditions to be deleted, and it would be a minor decision of council. Therefore, no renotice of the neighborhood is required.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Collins.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to try to put this into a little bit more better understanding for council. Is that what's the issue here is that Bailey wants to sell the land to the developer, period. The developer in return will follow through with all the recommendations he needs to fulfill in order to build this subdivision. So basically, we're putting these two items, we're postponing these two items, but they will come forward when the developer has these properties, and when he goes in for a subdivision order, subdivision application. And like this will trigger these issues that we're postponing at this time. So that's what I need to say. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Last comment on the subject, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you. I didn't realize Councillor Collins' terminology there is that we're postponing these 2, 7, and 8 conditions. I think we're eliminating them.
What the motion says, that's what the resolution says.
Not postponing. And one other question, in terms of pre-consultation, Steve, have you had any conversations or communications with the developer on this project?
Most definitely. Councillor Collins was actually in attendance when we had our pre-consultation with him. So yes, the conditions were discussed in detail at that pre-consultation meeting. And there was consensus. What I found is that it's taken them too much time to start the process. And as a result, that's why they're requesting the deletion of the 2 conditions.
Thank you. I'm not sure that's a good excuse. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins, you still have your little blue hand up, are you? No? Okay. All right, we have a resolution on the floor, moved by Terry Fellner, seconded by Ted Collins, to remove conditions 7 and 8. Those are outlined in red in your agenda package. So I'm going to...
And to consider later.
And by removing it, we are considering it, we are making it minor. That's correct. Thank you. Kozo, I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor of the resolution to remove conditions 7 and 8. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6. The motion is carried to remove them.
Thank you, Council.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And
Goodbye.
goodbye. And to Mr. Bellchambers, thank you very much for your patience. You're going to let him in?
He's in.
He's
He'll
in.
come in a second.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very, very much for your patience, Nigel. And thank you very much for your report. I think Mr. Bellchambers' report is very detailed and self-explanatory. Are there questions for Mr. Bellchamber on any of the items? Councillor Osborne.
Yes, I just got to get back to where that is. What item are we at now?
Page 47.
5B? Yeah.
It's in your agenda package, page 47.
I've got it. Thanks for attending, Nigel. I must say that, you attended the May 4th or monitored and May 19th meeting. Well, a month has gone by, and in the world of council, that seems like a year, because I have trouble remembering what happened to a lot of stuff that happened at those meetings. This kind of refreshes me, although I find that comments you made about certain resolutions and business that took place was vague enough that I couldn't hone in on what file you were referring to in some cases, because there isn't really names named. So when you mention about, for example, I'd have to dig into it and find it. But discussions about OP amendments without a motion with direction, that's point 8 on the May 4th meeting. I'm not sure what file you're referring to there, because the item doesn't bring back in my memory what we did about direction or a motion. So if you wouldn't mind highlighting what the issue was, so that we can better understand what your critique is there.
Sure. Thank you very much, through your worship. Suddenly I've lost my video, right? Don't know how that happened, but
That's okay. We
You're
know what they are. There you are.
back. You're back.
You can see whether I'm snarling or growling or frowning. It doesn't matter what the specific issue was in terms of the OP amendment. It's the sense of providing direction to staff without a resolution. There is absolutely no clarity as to what that direction is. I know that Mr. Jeffrey is pretty good at writing up what he thinks council intended, but that's all he's doing. He's writing up what he thinks council has intended. So if you are providing direction to staff, you can't be sure, and council staff can't be sure what that direction is unless it's done by way of resolution. That's the basic premise there.
Okay, so it's this.
That happened at the subsequent meeting as well, about 2 or 3 different times.
So it formalizes the direction, in other words, by using a motion.
It makes it clear what the direction
Yeah.
actually
Okay.
is.
Thank you. Another point, on paragraph for point 11 on May 4th, you bring up the point of order.
Yep.
Tool, and about raising a point of order. And you mentioned there should be reference to the procedural bylaw as to what section of the bylaw that one was referring to. Well, my comment there is sometimes if you've got a situation where a subject is going to be curtailed by the chair and you feel that there's something missing or there was something that was not true or that need to be questioned. In other words, if you felt that further discussion was necessary on that point before we moved on, what other way would there be other than calling a point of order to stop the progress of the meeting? And there wouldn't necessarily be a procedural bylaw subsection that, and first of all, you don't have time when you're calling a point of order to look at your subsection in your procedural bylaw. It usually happens very instantaneously.
Sure, let me address that. Just calling point of order is actually by itself meaningless. All it is an introduction to a procedural complaint. So for instance, if someone were to call point of order, let's say the mayor said, well, we're done the debate. In my opinion, we're done the debate. Excuse me, we're done the debate. And a member says, point of order, your worship, I'd like to appeal that decision of yours under section so-and-so. And because quite frankly, what you're doing is appealing the decision of the chair to curtail the debate. The chair will do one of 2 things. The chair will say, I will allow debate to continue. It's another ruling of the chair. Or the chair will say, my ruling stands. At which point, your procedure bylaw allows this, you have the ability to appeal the ruling of the chair. And that appeal goes directly to council for a vote. And a majority prevails, regardless of what the chair has determined at that point. But it's not just saying point of order that allows you to re-enter or re-engage in debate. It's the actual decision of the chair, or if it's appealed, the decision of the council that allows you to re-engage the debate.
So when you then refer to a decision of the chair to move on, yep. this would be the conversation has been ended. You haven't gone to a vote yet, correct? And at that point, you feel that something else needs to be added. What other tool would you use other than point of order to inject that item that you felt was important?
No, you would use a point of order to appeal the ruling of the chair. That's the point.
No, before the ruling.
A point of order by itself means nothing.
Okay.
Okay, it's what section of the procedural bylaw are you making a point with respect to? That's all.
Okay. All right. Now, 2 other things. There was comments in your May. It was about our finance committee.
Yes.
You mentioned, just trying to find out where it is here. It doesn't really matter. I think you referred to our finance committee as being a fully citizens committee.
That's what I was told.
And you're right, there are no councillors on that committee as of now. Your opinion was that it should be made up of only a few citizens and council heavy. That's what I took from your comment. Yep. I can see having a councillor on that committee as a liaison. I have difficulty with not having most of the committee made up of citizenry, because what would be the point of having an unbiased finance committee if it's loaded with councillors?
Okay. Council in itself is not unbiased when it comes to matters of finance. Council is constrained by a lot of different pieces of legislation, including the one that says you have to have a balanced budget. And other pieces of legislation with respect to reserves and reserve funds and their applications. There's a number of technical aspects there. Number two, you're constrained or will be constrained by your asset management plan. And ultimately, you will have an asset management plan that will determine your capital spending priorities in accordance with that adopted plan. Third thing is you may have a multi-year capital budget to implement your asset management plan. Again, that has to be, your financial decisions get informed by that as well. So council may also have a strategic plan that informs both its asset management plan and its financing strategy, multi-year financing strategy. All of these things are there in the background. If you have a complete citizen populated committee for that, then you're left with the staff member having to draw to the attention of all of those people, all of the constraints that they have. And that staff member is placed in somewhat of an awkward position, in my opinion, trying to educate those people. And in fact, maybe seen as trying to control them. And that's not appropriate. They're there to provide, staff are there to provide their best advice. If you have some members of council, presumably every member of council will be familiar with any strategic plan, any multi-year capital plan, your asset management plan, and a number of the restrictions that are placed on you by legislation. So there's an awful lot that comes into your financial decisions that is there in the background. You may not know it the day you're elected, but you absorb it in part when you go through the budget process and by osmosis. And quite frankly, it can be very frustrating for a citizen on a finance committee if they A, aren't trained as you are, and B, aren't familiar with these things and think they've got more latitude than they actually do. So I think it's somewhat impractical. I think it's great to have some really good financial minds there, which you can draw from because you may not have anyone who's a financial expert on council. However, you do need that council knowledge, experience, and familiarity to support or at least indicate when council's in support of staff recommendations. Give some credibility to the staff. Quite frankly, they're not seeing as just of being difficult or trying to control the citizen committee.
So, Councillor Osborne, you seem to be muted.
I was muted. Yes, I was.
Okay. Okay.
Two quick more items. I believe you were in a meeting, I'm not sure because it's a month ago, where a vote was kind of not handled very well. I don't know, where it was kind of suspended after the vote was called and further discussion happened. Was that one of the two meetings you were involved in?
There was a rather confusing.
Yes. Okay. First of all, I'm surprised you didn't document that. And secondly, there was a matter of protocol, just council protocol about one raising one's voice. And that was brought up. And again, you didn't point that out. And I thought you were there to monitor to make sure the council was proceeding correctly. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. If I might respond, Your Worship. There was that confusing vote process that took place, but council ended up with a very clear vote on it. So as a result of that, I didn't feel there was a need to comment. I did speak to the clerk about it, and I believe I spoke to you about it, Your Worship, as well. But I wasn't about to criticize the behavior of individual members of council. And in terms of raising a voice, again, the engagement was not to criticize or critique the behavior of individual members of council in a report. It was to talk about process and opportunities for process improvement that would be beneficial for the corporation.
Councillor Fellner, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Belchamp, for your report. I found it very informative. And I'd like just for you, I'm just a little unclear. I'm following the train of thought to how we streamline our processes and make them a little bit more efficient for the purposes of turning a direction into a motion, I guess is what you're suggesting, right? Can you just explain that part to me just a little bit in a little more detail, and just, so what are we not doing as far as directing staff, and what should we be doing as part of a process?
Right. Thank you very much for your worship. One of the reasons that direction to staff it comes about in the process that you've been following is because there are matters that are coming before council without either a staff report or without a recommendation along with a report. So right away, you're debating without a lot of clarity about what it is you're debating. You're having a conversation, but you're not having a debate on an issue. You're not debating whether or not to do something, grant something, give something, take something, whatever. You're not debating an action. You're having a conversation about a subject matter. It really focuses the discussion and provides some clarity to begin to the public if that debate is centered around a staff recommendation. Staff recommendation should be their best professional advice on a matter. It's rare that that professional advice says, council can do whatever they like on this one. That's usually pretty rare. It's occasionally you'll see that, but usually it isn't phrased like that. It's usually that such and such a request or such and such a matter be approved or denied in a way that's very clear as to what it is you're debating and subsequently voting on. When that recommendation comes forward, doesn't mean council can't amend the recommendation. The recommendation will be done in form of a motion. That's best practice everywhere in Ontario. That recommendation be phrased as if it were a motion. So council can actually deal with it as a motion. You can amend that. You can vote against it. You can defer it. There's a number of things that you can do with it. You can approve it, whatever. But again, it focuses on what your discussion is. And I think that by requiring and welcoming recommendations with every staff report, that you put yourself in a much better position. You know what you're debating. You know what you're dealing with. You have a better focus. And to the public when they're watching, it looks more professional. And this is, quite frankly, this is the way that councils across Ontario operate with recommendations on every item. Even if it's as simple as that it be received for information. There should be a recommendation associated with every item that comes before council. That's why it's particularly problematic if an issue is added to the agenda at the last minute, because it's very difficult for staff to provide a professional recommendation at that point.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so then at the end of your report, you indicate that you do virtual training on this type of thing. So you must do some consulting with other municipalities to try to streamline their process and make them a little bit more efficient. Am I correct in that assumption?
That's correct. Done hundreds of in person and have done a number of virtual since we've found ourselves in this situation.
Okay. And I mean, as a previous member of the Finance Committee, I think I probably agree with your comments. And again, thank you for your service. It was, I think it's a very good report.
Thank you, Councillor.
I can see that Councillor Moffat has his hand up. I just want to verify, Ted, are you still online? We appear to have lost Councillor Collins, but proceed, Councillor Moffat.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I was also a member of the Finance Committee, so it was an interesting 4 years. But I guess, Mr. Belchamber, one question I have: did you review the terms of reference for the Finance Committee, or you're just going on the question of are they all third-party individuals? Because I think the way I'm taking your comments is it's okay to have a citizens finance committee, provided that the terms of reference reflect what they could do. Where you talk about, you know, for a specific task. Am I interpreting that correctly?
If you were to have a citizen-only populated finance committee, I would think you would want a fairly narrow terms of reference for it and a very, very specific timeline for it. Because in terms of just general financial advice to council, I think that's quite difficult without being aware of all of the factors that council can run into from time to time. So it may be very interesting and educational for a citizen, but it may not be all that productive if you're asking the committee to review your budget, for instance.
Which is one of the main things that was done by the Finance Committee, going through the recommendations, potentially increasing the tax rate and opining on that position. And that was one of the main items that the Finance Committee did on an annual basis. There were other ad hoc things done, but generally that was the main thrust of its, you know, work. So it sounds like if we're going to, you know, again, as the next member of the Finance Committee, as a chartered accountant, I think it's imperative that we do have a Finance Committee. I think it's important that we do have outside viewers, but I think what we may need to be doing is reviewing the terms of reference. And I know that we've asked the Finance Committee to assist in our purchasing policy review. And there's one other item on the table, and I can't recall it at the moment.
The charitable donations.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and splitting the charitable donations. More policy, I guess I would say, policy requests, review of policies, review of procedures, and, you know, have the Finance Committee do some legwork in assistance. But I don't disagree that maybe a member of council needs to sit on the Finance Committee, or a couple of members. So this question really is to Michelle. With this report, Michelle, where do we go from here as interim CAO?
With the whole report?
With Mr. Belchamber's report, there's a number of recommendations. There's a number of best practices. There's a number of things that, you know, the one that really stuck out to me was that sole source issue that we've had a bit of a speed bump with, where Mr. Belchamber has recommended that we actually, staff come forward and say, could we do a sole source, as opposed to we are doing a sole source and here is the company we are sole sourcing to. So I'm just trying to find, where do we take this report, you know, go through each one of, you know, there's 11 items on the first meeting, there's 5, and then there's some other comments, there's 6, and there's some other comments. Where do we go with this now, outside of Councillor Fellner's, you know, ask about some additional potential training or some other assistance?
Based on my review of the report, you've got some things that are specific to staff. So it's how staff write reports. It's how staff put together recommendations. The other side is there's a number of things that are specific to council. There's some things in here about how council operates. Right now, I guess what I'm suggesting we do is I'll sit down with Craig, because he's an awful lot more knowledgeable about how things run on the council end, and we'll go through the report and figure out how that's supposed to be divvied out, is which part actually affects staff, which part affects council. And then we'll come back probably with some recommendations, but I would suggest that's probably gonna take a little while just for us to go through.
So a staff report on this report, dividing, in a sense, possibly two avenues. Staff report for council, staff report for staff, and, you know, turning these recommendations, observations into actionable items so that we can, if Mr. Belchamber came back a year from now, we would hope that this list of items are gone because we've implemented his observations, recommendations, or we found some new ones that we need to work on.
No. Yeah, we can come back with that.
Okay.
I
Okay,
think it's very timely too, as we've got the KPMG study coming. We've got some recommendations from Nigel. We may have a new CAO. We may have somebody to get used to new processes. So I think it's really important that we take the recommendations seriously. There may be some that we say that doesn't apply to Seguin. And so I think the ball should be in staff support right now to take a look at the recommendation by recommendation. And I see Councilor Vincent, sorry, go ahead, Councilor Moffat.
Do we need a motion then to direct staff? Which I believe the answer is yes.
I believe we do, but discussion isn't finished because Councilor Vincent has her hand up. So.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to.
Oh, sorry. I just got an email from Councillor Collins. He's lost power.
Oh, well,
And
tell him
that's
to phone
why
in.
I will put you on mute and do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vincent, you have the floor.
I just wanted to say that I found the report very interesting. I learned a lot of things just from reading it, and I would be really excited to get some more training from Nigel. It was a really good report, and I mean, I learned a lot from it, and I think it was really well done and very comprehensive. I quite enjoyed the read. I've read it a few times. I got a little bit more each time. It was a lot to take in, but I really liked it. I thought it was good, and I'd love to get some extra training. That was my comment. Good job, Nigel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, and I think that could be a next step. So, clerk, we have no further discussion. No little blue hands that I see. So, can I put a motion on the floor that council?
Says you can. Generally speaking, it's usually the borough council.
Oh, member of council should do it, okay? Okay, Councillor Fellner, can you put a motion on the floor? You gonna write it down, Craig? Or am I gonna write it? Okay.
I'll give it a shot. So I'm going to put a motion on the floor to direct the interim CAO to do a staff review of Mr. Belchamber's recommendations and report back to us with the recommendations the staff comes up with for both staff and council.
Okay, just a sec.
Now, Mr. Belchamber, you can help me out with this if you want. Feel free.
Well, you could do it along the lines of that staff be directed to report back to council with items in the report that have been implemented by staff and items that need council action and their recommendations with respect to that action and timelines. So for instance, your procurement bylaw is a longer period of process, If it needs, if you need to amend your procedure bylaw on an item, you can do that at a single meeting. But procurement bylaw takes a little bit more study. So that's why that motion gives the staff some wiggle room in what the report comes back as.
Okay, let me take a stab at this. what I've got is that council directs staff and the interim CAO to review Mr. Belchamber's report and come back to council with a summary of items that have been implemented by staff and come back to council with next steps and timelines on other issues. That close, Mr. Fellner?
I think you've got it, yeah.
Okay, so you're so moving, Councillor Fellner?
I so moved, yes.
Could I have a seconder from someone?
I'll second that.
Councillor Vincent, okay. All in favor of this
We have
motion?
discussion?
Oh, sorry, discussion, yes, that's a good recommendation. Is there any discussion? Councillor Ott?
I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned about timelines, this is really a question to Mr. Belchamber. What you're looking, what I would take from that is recommendation from the May 4th meeting, item number 5. We expect to be able to take action on that by September 15th, 2020. Is that what when you talk about timelines, am I understanding that the same?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor, what I would suggest is that they reference the points in my memorandum and indicate just very quickly whether or not it's been adopted or whether it's staff feel it's inappropriate to adopt. And if it's something for council to do, then a recommendation as to what the step is for council to do it and when that recommendation would come forward to council or the timeline for it. So it could be as simple as done, and the next one be report to come to council scheduled for September.
Okay.
It could be simple like that, but go through my report one by ones.
Yes.
So you can put one against the other and you don't have to rewrite a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, sort of an outstanding or action item list for those that require that with the date for a definitive to put it back to council. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor? Councillor Osborne, are you in favor?
I didn't hear the resolution.
It's a motion to direct staff and the interim CAO to review Mr. Belchamber's report and come back to council with a summary of items that have been implemented by staff.
That's fine. Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I say yes. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor again, please? Thank you, and that's carried. Nigel, thank you very, very much for your patience and your observations. I think we've got a lot to learn from it. And given our next steps, we may be back in touch.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Members of council, appreciate it. Have a pleasant rest of the evening and meeting. And at some point, you're probably going to be looking at whether or not you declare an emergency in order to continue with Zoom meeting, right?
Yes, it's later in our agenda. It is, yes. Good. Thank you very much. Is the telephone icon Ted?
Mayor?
Yep.
I spoke to Ted. He's trying to call back in.
Okay, but I just got on my screen. That's not him? Okay, because I've got a little telephone.
So I'm going to recommend, because you're past 5:30, that you move to item 8, public meeting. You have a resolution there for that?
Okay. So did you hear the clerk? Because we're past 5:30 and the public meeting is set for 5:30, we will jump to item 8. That council of the corporation, the Township of Seguin, does hereby adjourn the regular meeting to hold a public meeting for the following matters: zoning bylaw amendment application R 2020-0004-H for Gaskin, and consent application number B 2020-0012-H, and zoning bylaw amendment application number R 2020-0006-H for Gardner. Could I ask Councillor Coles to move it into public meeting?
I so move.
And Councillor Moffat, could you second that?
I second that.
All in favor? Moving into public, thank you. And that,
So just for council's information, Mr. Corbett is here, and he's here to speak to item A, the Gaskin application. And I see that Sarah Kelly is here. Ms. Kelly? Hello?
Hi, who are you representing?
Yeah, what's she?
What-
Miss Gaskin and her partner, David Smith.
Okay, so you are also here representing the Gaskin issue. Okay, thank you. So I have a bit of a preamble that we read here. So about the public meetings, I will go through that first and then we'll ask for your input. Council will now hold public meetings for proposed consent and zoning bylaw amendment applications. In accordance with the Planning Act, Council will consider all matters placed before it prior to granting a consent or passing a zoning bylaw. If a person or public body who files an appeal of a decision of the Council of the Corporation of Township of Seguin in respect of a proposed consent does not make written submissions to the Council before it provides or refuses to provide a provisional consent, the local planning appeal tribunal may dismiss the appeal. Anyone wishing to receive notice of the passing of a zoning bylaw amendment not owning land within 120 meters of the area to which it applies and who has not submitted such a request in writing should provide their full name and address to the clerk before leaving this meeting. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of Council to the local planning appeal tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the local planning appeal tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. The purpose of zoning bylaw amendment application number R 2020-0004-H for Gaskin is to rezone the subject lands from existing limited service residential zone to limited service residential exception zone to permit the construction of a habitable entertainment pavilion accessory structure with the following dimensions, uses and facilities. Permit habitable accessory structure with gaming areas, media areas, fitness studio, wine cellar, one bar with one sink and dishwasher, washroom facilities, mechanical and storage areas. Establish minimum shoreline setback of 84 meters. And establish maximum entertainment pavilion main floor area of 291 square meters with a maximum 207 square meter attached terrace and 148 square meter walkout basement. And the establish maximum accessory structure height of 6.5 meters. I now ask the clerk to state the method by which notice of the meeting was provided and the dates on which that notice was provided.
Notice of the public meeting was provided by posting the property by regular mail on June 16, 2020. Notice was therefore considered to be provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act.
Has anyone registered to speak in favor of or in opposition to this application?
Mr. Greg Corbett of Planscape Inc., agent for the application, has registered to speak.
And is Kelly?
Sorry, Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
who did you say was with you?
Sarah Kelly.
Oh, sorry. Chris Madden, president of Tamarack.
Tamarack, Chris Madden, president of Tamarack. Thank you. We just need to have all the names.
Of course.
Has the township received any
They're
correspondence?
going to speak.
Okay, but do they speak now?
Yes.
Okay, so, Greg and Sarah, and this is your opportunity to present to council.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Greg Corbett. I am a registered professional planner with Landscape, and our mailing address is 104 Kimber Avenue, Bracebridge, Ontario, postal code P1L1Z. And I'm speaking this evening on behalf of Amy Gask and David Smith, who are the owners of the property. Wanted to thank council from the start for the opportunity to ask you this evening, and with this new system. Hopefully everything is going well. As has been indicated, the purpose of the bylaw amendment is to permit the construction of an accessory building containing habitable space in the form of a gaming area, media area, fitness studio, a wine cellar, a bar area with a washroom, and a storage area, and a mechanical room. From our discussions with staff, it's our understanding it is the bar area, the game area, and the washroom and media area that constitute the habitable space. I wanted to emphasize that the building itself will contain no bedrooms whatsoever. The bylaw also would increase the permitted height from 4.5 meters to 6.5 meters. And we note that staff has put in a restriction on the size of the building and also increased the setback requirement from the shoreline to 84 meters. I would comment that when we made the application, we applied for a 75-meter setback. We haven't surveyed the exact setback area. It was a guess, so we were wanting to put in some flexibility with that. So we were hoping we have that 75, just in case when if it was surveyed, the setback area, that there was a little bit of flexibility. We know basically the location of it, so unless something comes out during the building that needs to be put somewhere that would more appropriate, shifted a few meters, so it gave us that flexibility. So we had asked for the 75 meters. I know that it's put in at 84 meters. So something, if there's a chance that it could be put at the 75, we very much appreciate it, or even at 80 to a little bit of flexibility, that would be great. But we will proceed at this stage at the 84. I do know we did prepare a planning analysis of the proposed consistency with the provincial policy statement and conformity to the township's official plan. And I note that it was included in the staff report for council's consideration. So just hopefully to quickly go over some of that. The property itself is located on Lake Joseph at 45 Trails End. The property has a lot area of greater than 10 acres and a lot frontage of approximately 535 feet. And it is zoned limited service residential. Now, the building itself, as indicated, has been specifically located as so to not be in close proximity to the shoreline, and it is to be well buffered for the shoreline due to the presence of some dense tree cover between the building and the lake. And I do understand that some additional photos were supplied council in your addendum agenda. And I quickly could go through those that illustrate the view of, as we say, the view from the canoe with respect to the proposal. So the first photo, if you have those, would show that the view of the property from in front of the property, and it shows the other development on to the north and to the south. It is the middle cottage that's shown in Boathouse. The second photo is a bit closer in front to the shoreline, again with the proposed building location located behind the dwelling and the boathouse. Photo 3 is taken more a view from the south, further to the south. So again, get a bit of the angle to show again how well buffered it will be. And photo 4 shows the view from the north, again, just to show again, depending on what angle you look at it from the lake, that it is going to be well buffered no matter where you view it from. And then finally, the fifth photo is taken from the building location itself, looking towards the lake. Now that was taken with a drone. And so it was raised to the 6.5 meters in height to show you or even a bit above the 6.5 meters height, to show you that it still will be below the tree line. So again, will not be surpassing the tree canopy on the property, again, when viewed from the lake. The location of the property was chosen to ensure that it was well buffered from the lake and also to the topography. There is a ridge that runs through the property, and the design of the building and that location uses this feature to fit the building into the landscape without the need for significant site alteration. If the building, for example, were to be moved further back on the property, it would put it up higher onto the ridge, and in fact would make it on a much higher elevation, resulting in the building being more visible from the lake. And it also would push it towards Trails to End Road, so put it in higher visibility from the road. The height of the building itself, as is indicated, the requested height is a reflection of the building being fitted into the ridge area, with the height measured at the partial walkout basement and then a portion from the building. So it's also at the basement area, there's a walkout, but in from behind, there's a walkout in walkout. So there's no stairs needed to get up into the building from any direction. The building itself will be at 4.5-meter height. In terms of the uses, although some of the uses within the building are classified as habitable, the building will not contain any sleeping accommodation, as was indicated, nor it will not function a typical habitable building. As is indicated in the staff report, the official plan does provide for additional habitable buildings on large lots. In this case, the property does have significant lot area, and it would be just short of the lot frontage to permit the severance of the property into 2 separate properties. The policy in the past has been used to permit more traditional habitable buildings, such as additional dwellings and additional sleeping cabins, which do increase the activity and the capacity on the property. But in this case, the proposed building will gain no sleeping accommodations, not increase the capacity of the property in any way. The building will remain accessory to the dwelling on the property and would be in keeping with the direction of the official plan in the zoning bylaw. In terms of the overall development of the property, the proposed building will be further than 60 meters from the shoreline, which is generally considered the SAC, after which there will be no or there'll be limited impact on the shoreline and the lake community. The overall development on the property will have a lot coverage of less than 3%, and 5% is permitted on the property. The applicants have reached to their neighbors with respect to the application, and I understand Township did receive a letter of support from the Hawk Rigs, who are the neighbors to the north and to which the building be closest to. And with that, we would ask that council look favorably upon the application and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Madden or Ms. Kelly, do you have anything to add?
The only thing that we would add is that when since the council's been delayed due to COVID, that when we were with the customer about 3 to 4 weeks ago, we did want to rotate the building slightly closer to the lake. So we'd already submitted the paperwork at that time, and we felt that the 84 meters was a little bit tight. So just to reconfirm Greg's request, just to allow us a little bit of wiggle room, if we could request a little larger window, since the application is now potentially going under site plan control, it would give us a little bit of flexibility. We are dealing with a large steep cliff at the back, and we would appreciate some flexibility just to get the building settled in there closer, but no closer than 75 meters. So thank you very much.
Just one procedural item. Councillor Collins, you are online now, I believe?
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Okay, I will try and ask you every time if you have a comment, because you will not be able to use the little blue hand. So yes, if I don't, please interrupt me.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Are there any further questions? Has the township received any correspondence with respect to this application?
Mayor, I got my hand up, and so does Councillor Osborne.
Sorry. Okay. And Councillor Osborne does as well. Sorry. Okay.
I believe he was first, so.
Okay, Councillor Osborne, I had you written down and I lost you with Ted Collins. Okay, sorry. Councillor Osborne, you're still muted.
Yeah, I realize that. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Madden, Ms. Kelly, Mr. Corbett, welcome.
Thank you.
This looks like a fantastic building, but I would have liked to have seen in your photos on the addendum, Greg, I would have liked to have seen the building superimposed in that photo to actually show the building and the trees. It just has an arrow pointing. Do you have anything like that?
We do not, but we can see if we have
showing
that
building
ready
location
for
doesn't show how
meeting
it
in
will
2
look.
weeks. That's helpful.
All right. Number two, this is an interesting looking place. I just like assurance from this council to this council that this will be not open for public consumption. I understand this is a private facility on private cottage property. I realize your friends and family are going to want to go there and play pinball. I sure would. But I just want to be on the safe side and make sure nobody's selling tickets. You want to respond to that?
It's my understanding that it's strictly for the personal use and their friends, of course, when will come over that time, but it's in no way is it to be commercial.
Good, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Moffat.
I just had one question. I see looks like the septic tank is behind the proposed entertainment pavilion. Is that the tank for that pavilion? Because I don't see another one on site in the drawing that you provided.
That septic tank currently services the existing cottage. We found walking through that there's actually a second septic tank on the property that services the boathouse. We are going to be applying for a septic permit for this building and taking a look at how we can eliminate one of the septic tanks there and make it more
Instead of 3, stay with 2.
basically, yes.
Okay, no, that was it. No, because I didn't see the second one, so I thought it's a lot of tank for the number of buildings. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Collins, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, has the township received any correspondence with respect to this application?
Correspondence stating support has been received from John and Chris Hockray.
Okay, and I see no further hands up. So this is the public meeting, and there is no resolution to follow this, correct? So thank you very much for appearing, and I appreciate your patience in waiting for us to get to you. We're running a little behind. So this will come before council at another meeting, correct?
You can expect so.
Director Stone, next steps on this one?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the rest of council, yes, we'll have a staff report with a recommendation coming shortly, most likely at the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fellner.
Yeah, Steve, just while you're there, don't go away. But, you know, and I appreciate that, but I think, you know, because of the time expent to actually get this to a public meeting, you know, I think it would behoove us to see if we could get it into the next meeting, deal with it.
That is our plan.
Good, good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Corbett, Mr. Madden, and Ms. Kelly.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good evening.
So I'm going to move on to the next consent application. The purpose of consent application B 2020-0012-H for Gardner is to create one new 0.809 hectare rural residential lot with 52.12 meters of frontage on Clear Lake Road. The retained lands would have a resulting lot area of 4.25 hectares with 55.74 meters of frontage on Clear Lake Road. The purpose of the associated zoning bylaw amendment application number R 2020-0006-H for Gardner is to rezone the proposed severed lot from rural zone to rural residential exception and the retained lot from rural zone to rural exception to recognize deficient lot frontages and areas as follows. The severed lot would have a proposed frontage of 52.12 meters and a proposed area of 0.81 hectares. A minimum 300-meter septic setback to the shoreline of Tucker Lake, and the retained lot would have a proposed frontage of 55.5 meters. I now ask the clerk to state the method by which notice of the meeting was provided and the dates on which that notice was provided.
Notice of the public meeting was provided by posting the property and by regular mail on June 16th, 2020. Notice was therefore considered to be provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act.
Has anyone registered to speak in favor of or in opposition to these applications?
No one is registered to speak to these applications.
Has the township received any correspondence with respect to these applications?
No correspondence has been received.
I see we have a question from Councillor Moffat, and it's open for other questions from council.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Director Stone. If I'm looking at the subsequent information on the housekeeping, it would appear that this property that we're talking about is part of the housekeeping items
No.
with respect to the EP zone.
No.
Am I?
The issue is actually on the Schedule A of the official plan, so it will be dealt with as part of the OP review. But the zoning actually is ahead of the.
So. Okay, so they just look like they're in the same spot. Am I a little off base then?
What page are you on, just for my benefit? 170?
It could be. I actually don't have page numbers on the
but
I was looking at, I tell you the number, I was looking at item number, or sorry, if I'm looking at planning comments, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth one down, Joseph Road and Clear Lake Road.
Okay.
Where it says to be rezoned from environmental protection to rural and highway commercial.
So if you're referring to 172, is that correct?
Well, it's page 2 of 14 of the planning report, 213095.
So I'll open up the file, page 2 of the report.
No, page 2 of our report. Our report dated November 18th, 2013, Steve.
Oh, yes, that was, pardon me, that was the one of the first housekeeping amendments. And that was a result of the very first review of the official plan in 2011. So what had happened is they sort of identified that some of the mapping in the 2011, which was Ducks Unlimited, was actually inaccurate. And so what they did in the housekeeping amendment that followed that was to remove the EP zone and make it all rural. And so in the report that you have before you now, Adam's acknowledging in his report that the official plan was never corrected at that time. So based on the current zoning, the property does not have any EP, but because we're dealing with official plan policy to create the lot, we have to acknowledge that.
Okay, so we are when we are talking about the same property then in those two different reports, today's report and the one from 2013.
That is correct.
Okay, good. I didn't think I was dreaming the locations. Okay, so thank you very much for that, because I was worried that there was a little bit of a hiccup with regards to the EP zone or EP zone designation. So we will deal with that separately. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Osborne.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Steve, are you concerned at all about the shortfall in the frontage? 50, what is it, 55.5 for frontage versus the required 120 meters?
Well, if we build to the bylaw, that isn't an issue, but because they're asking for an exception in the zoning bylaw, council can see fit to move away from what's required in the OP and zoning. If you recall the Williams consent, that was a very similar type of situation where there was insufficient lot area. In terms of physical locale, staff is not concerned. The site inspection proved that the property is quite elevated in the sense that it doesn't have environmental features other than the forest on it. So the request is being made by the daughter of the current landowner, and they were hoping for a reduced lot size that would allow them to have more opportunity to afford a small house and pay the taxes on that.
Okay, and as far as lot area is concerned, there's plenty there. In terms of area.
That's correct. I think just for council's benefit, one of the things that you'll probably want to explore is lot sizes in rural areas of the municipality to allow for more affordable housing out in the countryside.
And maybe through our OP review, we might want to look at these frontage stipulations to lessen them somewhat to conform.
Yes.
Thank you.
that's it.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins, do you have any comments?
No, I'm fine, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. That will close the public meeting. And I will read the motion that the public meeting held for the following matters is hereby closed and the regular meeting is hereby reconvened. Zoning bylaw amendment application R 2020-0004-H for Gaskin, and consent application number B 2020-0012-H, and zoning bylaw amendment application number R 2020-0006-H for Gardner. Could I have a motion from Councillor Finson?
I so move.
Thank you, and a seconder from Councillor Moffat.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor of moving out of public? Thank you, and that's carried.
Don't forget to give Councillor Collins.
Councillor, I had enough votes anyway. Thank you. We're going backwards now. We're going to item 6 on the agenda, which is accounts. Okay. So the motion is that Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve the accounts in the amount of $1,913,248.48. Could I have a motion from Councillor Cole?
Also move.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Osborne. Okay. Osborne. And is there any discussion on the account A? No. All in favor? Councillor Collins?
In favor.
Thank you. That's carried. Okay. And the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve the accounts in the amount of $35,489.06. Could I have a motion from Councillor Collins?
Councillor Collins moves.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Finson.
I second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Fellner can come back. Okay, we move into item 7 and corporate services, and I will ask Michelle to take us through the financial report.
First financial report of the year. Not a lot of surprises. Of course, we had the report on COVID-19 at the last council meeting. That's the $24,000 net effect. We do have a few other positives, some OPP revenue from prior years, a diesel refund from prior years, and some interest on the airport advance. So right now we're projecting a surplus of approximately $35,000. At the next council meeting, or at the next financial update, which will probably be at the beginning of August, I should have a report on the capital and on the reserves as well.
Are there any questions for our treasurer? Councillor Collins, anything?
No questions, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle, and we'll look forward to it unrolling. And I'm going to ask Dominique to speak to the next one, but I will first read the motion. That as per the recommendation of the staff report number CSFC-2020-007, the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve the purchase of one new 2021 heavy-duty four-wheel drive, three-quarter ton, four-door crew cab with a 6.6-foot box, 9-foot Western plow and harness, and hydraulic rear liftgate from Jim Wilson Chevrolet Buick GMC of Aurelia, Ontario, in the amount of $62,000 plus taxes, and award the tender number 2020-007 to Jim Wilson Chevrolet of Aurelia. And that council does hereby declare Township of Seguin vehicle VB10WQ, a 2009 Chev Silverado 1500 4x4, as surplus to the needs of the corporation, and approve the vehicle to be sold privately to the highest bidder in a sealed process. Could I have a motion from Councillor Felder? Thank you, Terry Felder, and seconded by
Councillor Collins.
Councillor Collins would be great. Thank you.
I second that motion, Mayor.
Is there any discussion or questions for Dominique? I see Councillor Moffat has his hand up.
Dominique, my question is not necessarily about the process, but do we not have a vehicle in Public Works that could be utilized instead of having to get another truck?
I'm sure Peter's probably freaking out right now saying, no, we don't have enough vehicles to go around. I doubt he would have the capacity to be able to lend a plow truck for our winter operations. I mean, I'd have to talk to him, of course, but I cannot see, we always have an issue with vehicles. We do share them when necessary, but we are limited.
Director Coppage, do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. Excuse me. We don't have enough trucks, and right now we're still short on 2 trucks right now that are delayed because of COVID. So there isn't enough. There's a lot of people to move around, and as Dominique says, it's a replacement of their plow truck. So
just to follow up then, just to Peter's comment, if we order this truck, is this truck going to be in the same queue as Peter's truck, i.e. to be delivered sometime in the future, or is this a truck that is on Jim Wilson's property that he's able to finish up what needs to be done and drive it across in the next month?
No, this truck would be ready probably mid to end November.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's guaranteed, or is that best estimate?
That's what's on the actual tender form, so I would hold them to that, but of course anything could happen.
So Director Koppisch, are you in the same boat with regards to your vehicles? You've a date that they were to be delivered and they're still pending, or is that date moved then?
we ordered ours a lot sooner, and we've got a build date of August about 15th. So the plan is that we'll be getting it in time for winter, which is good and necessary.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Osborne. Councillor Osborne, you're muted.
There we go. I don't know if I should be asking Dominic or Peter, because Peter seems to be more of a truck guy than Dominic. But is this truck apples to apples or what? Because I'm looking at a heavy-duty four-wheel drive, three-quarter ton four-door crew cab versus what looks to be a Chevy Silverado 1500. Is this not a bigger and heavier and a lot more expensive truck than what they were using?
Well, you're looking at the one we're wanting to declare surplus is actually the water quality truck, and our current plow truck would move into the water quality truck.
So that the 2009 Silverado wasn't used as a plow truck?
No, it was not.
So what did you use for a plow truck before, Dominic?
We've got our current plow truck right now, which is the one that is scheduled to be replaced. So the VA08, that's the one we'd like to keep because it's a newer truck, and keep it as the water quality truck.
I'm sorry, I'm confused now. You say you still have a plow truck?
We have the current plow truck.
And what is that? Is that the 2009?
No, it's the 2000, I believe it's a 2002 or 2003.
So you,
Because
is that
we've
the
got
one?
seven-year replacement strategy, so it is newer than the water quality truck, which is why we'd like to keep that one.
So what's the disposition of the 2007 one? It's not being used as a, it's not going to be sold as surplus, the 2007 one, the older one?
That's the older one that we would sell privately.
Well then, okay, now I'm really confused. It says here that the 2009 Silverado is surplus and to be sold privately. Which is it?
So the current plow truck is a 2003. Or sorry, that's what okay, sorry, 7 years old, so 2013. Sorry, that's probably why you're confused. 2013, that's the one we'd like to keep. And use our water quality truck, which is also used by Public Works. We share.
So will you end up with 2 trucks as opposed to 1 before?
Same amount. We're not increasing the number of trucks we have. We will still be selling one.
Okay, well, I'm not going to get any more into the weeds. I'm still confused, but thanks anyway.
Councillor Felder.
Yeah, so it seems, Dominique, that your budget was sort of bang on because the price was, even though it was only one respondent, was right in the budgeted amount. And if we're having trouble or uncertain whether we're even going to get delivery of the ones we authorized 3 or 4 months ago, have you discussed with the dealer the availability of units that they have on hand?
That was part of our tender, was, you know, vehicles that they already have in the lot, and they didn't put any forward for us, which I don't know if that means they don't have any. Our timing because of COVID was very difficult because we could no longer get the 2020s. We had to put an addendum in because I believe the end of March, they have to now go into the 2021s. So it was a difficult timing in terms of, you know, if we got it out earlier, we could have asked for the 2020 model. So it's a little bit confusing, but the only one who came, and that's the unfortunate part, is that we've got the one bid. He didn't put any alternatives on that bid for us.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Moffat.
So just to come, sorry, I want to go back to Councillor Osborne's question. The current plow truck is a 2013 2500 series, I'm presuming.
It's a
correct?
Yes, that's our current plow truck.
Right. So we are going to use a heavier duty, less gas efficient vehicle to run around the township for water quality in order to move to a newer truck for plowing.
Well, Public Works, and maybe Peter can speak to this again because we share that truck. We use that truck in the summer months for, yes, water quality and parks, but Peter does use it in the winter.
Okay. But it doesn't seem that we need, I don't know what it gets used by Peter's, but it doesn't seem like we need as heavy duty a truck for water quality, and we would maybe even consider something different if it's just a water quality or just general use.
I think if we kept the older model though, we'd be running a lot of maintenance expenses coming up with that. And
that's correct. The older one is pretty well worn out. It's requiring more and more work. And so therefore, trading in the older one would make sense.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just wondering if we have overbuilt for a water quality vehicle that we don't need such a significant truck in the fleet. So what is it used for in the wintertime, Peter? That it used to be a 1500 series, so I'm presuming it's just a go-getter. So I don't know that we need a second 2500 series as a go-getter if it's not being used for that plowing.
It
So
is
I'm
also
wondering if this
in the winter.
this
It's
other
also backup for a plow truck. Could be used to plow any road in the event there was some breakdown.
but the Silverado was not used for that, or it was.
No, not in the winter. It was a get around. It was a
Right.
get around vehicle.
I just think that we have two vehicles that we don't need, the 2013 and the 2009. And if it is just a go-getter, it should just be, we should try to size our vehicles a little bit more efficient from a gas and usage perspective, as opposed to just keeping, a second truck that we're not going to use other than for go-getting. That's all. Thank you.
I am going to say that it is in the budget, and that I respect the decision of both directors O'Brien and Coppedge to buy what they think they most need to do the jobs they need. Councillor Fellner, you have your hand up. We need to
Thank you, Mayor, and I certainly respect their both decisions, but just to clarify things, if we proceed with a plan to purchase this new truck and keep the truck that was utilized prior, then the net effect is we're really adding one more plow truck to the combined services between the two groups.
It's the same number of vehicles.
Yeah, same number of vehicles.
We now have two with plowing capability, and
That's what I'm
that
at.
is often
So we've got a little bit of extra. If we stay, the point I was just trying to make here, Peter, is just so to stay with what's recommended, then you've got a little bit, to Daryl's point, yes, it's a little bit more expensive to operate this vehicle, but you've got the added insurance if you've got one other unit there in case you need it.
That's absolutely correct, yes.
Increase your redundancy is really was the point I was trying to make. So, okay, thanks. That's all I was.
Okay, thank you. I see no further discussion, and we have a motion. Oh, Ted, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, Mayor, I do. Just one, Dominique. The $14K for the plow and lift gate price, is that being installed by Jim Wilson Chevrolet, or is that being outsourced?
No,
and built here and built locally here?
That's all together. It comes already installed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of approving this? Thank you, and that's carried. And now I'm going to turn the meeting over to Steve to talk about the housekeeping, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Stone, this is for our information to understand the housekeeping and discuss it with a goal to improvement at a later date. Director Stone, are you there? You should be. Can I move on, or? Director Stone? Okay, Michelle, we have him. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I don't know, did you hear my little preamble? If I'm correct, this is really for council to understand what these issues are and discuss it with the goal of approving these amendments at a later date. Is that?
That's right. Yeah, the housekeeping amendment, that is correct. Madam Chair, for the benefit of council, one of the things that we mentioned at the last council meeting was just council's interest on transparency was to bring information reports on projects on a regular basis. And so we decided to do that on the housekeeping amendment because once it goes public with the notice in the paper 30 months in advance of the public meeting, council certainly should have an idea of what staff is considering. So much of what you see before you in this report in terms of the appendices is the sort of the day-to-day interpretational problems that we have with how certain things are worded. And what we're trying to do is make the plans examiner's job a little bit more easy by having clear definitions or verbiage that actually works on a practical basis day to day. The big thing I wanted to bring to council's attention was the change in wording that relates, ties the recreational carrying capacity policies in the OP correctly with the zoning regulations. So I spent a bit of time just discussing that. What we have always been worried for the 4 years that I've been here, what we've been really worried about is the statement in the bylaw that says if you have 2 meters of frontage, you're allowed to have an accommodation unit. And so if council recalls our discussion around Di Lorenzo is they had a significant amount of frontage and by virtue of the bylaw could have argued that they could have had a lot more recreational units than the recreational carrying capacity would allow in the OP. So what you see there is a direct result of our concern to tie it more closely to the policies in the OP, as well as there was never any clear definitions on what an accommodation unit was. So we've added that as well.
Thank you very much. And I would encourage everybody, we can take questions now, but I would encourage everybody to kind of read through these, and I tried to compare them in a couple places to bylaws and stuff, and to feel free to ask Director Stone between now and future meetings. But do people have questions now? Councillor Collins, do you have any questions?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Okay. So I see no questions coming forward, so I do encourage you to make sure you understand them, because Director Stone, the next step will be that these will be posted in the newspaper?
No, it already has been.
Oh, it has been.
We're required to do that 30 days in advance of the public meeting. So the first time public can engage with council on the amendment will be the next meeting of council.
Okay. Okay. Okay, with no, oops, did I see, no. Councillor Fellner has his hand up.
Thank you. So Steve, so this process here, this is what you're recommending that you'd like to see cleaned up in the zoning bylaw. So now your recommendations are gonna go to public process, gonna get commented on, right?
Yes, yes.
And then we're gonna take those comments and go back and decide what we're gonna change and what we're not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the process here?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I think it's very useful to see the underlined portions too. We're going to jump now to item E, which again is Director Stone to update us on the OPR and the short-term accommodation project.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, to the rest of council. This report is just that. It's an information report. The critical things are that we have advertised in the local paper as information for the rest of the public. We've also updated the website to have 2 separate active pages for both projects. The other thing that's critical for council to be aware of is the 2 dates. One July 20th for the steering committee, and also August 24th for the open house for the OP review. In 2 weeks, actually, again, the 30-day, we bump up against the 30-day requirement of the Planning Act. So we're just advising you now that there will be a further notice in the paper of that upcoming meeting on the 24th of August. To date, we've had 2 questions put through the porthole for the OP review, which we're attempting to answer this week. And with regards to the website link on the short-term cottage rental study, we have, on average, we get between 3 to 5 comments a day. So Adam has his hands full preparing that spreadsheet. What we hope to do is at the first meeting in August, we hope to provide another update on both projects that shows what sort of comments are being received, just so council's up to speed on what the public are saying.
Okay, Councillor Moffat, you have a question?
Steve, I sent you an email last week wondering how the general public would get a hold of someone from the steering committee without having any information of them other than them being on the steering committee. And I know you were away for a couple of days, so I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts as to how, you know, a commercial person or a small lake or large lake would reach out to the particular individual on the committee to talk to them about something in connection with the OP review.
Sure.
I don't know if you have any.
Yeah, what I did is in response to your email, I did forward that on to Marissa and asked her as the consultant to canvass the steering committee members if they would like to have their contact information, email and phone numbers shared with the public. And I'm remiss to say I haven't got back to her, or she hasn't got back to me yet, but I will follow up tomorrow to make sure that she's done that canvassing. And for those who say, yeah, that's fine, then we'll make that available to those who inquire to speak to a committee member.
Okay. And on the short term, I don't know, I have a comment about the short term accommodations. I don't know if I want to leave it to 9H, Mayor, or do we, I'm thinking it's of the same vein with regards to the short term accommodations complaints that you have on 9.
Yeah, I want to talk about a protocol about how we handle them, but I think the most important that's different from what Director Stone is reporting on right now.
Okay, so my question in terms of the short-term accommodations, I spoke to a resident and they actually were disappointed in our presentation of that work that we've done, the effort that we've gone through. They get the impression that we're doing another study because that's the way it's labeled on the website versus we've drawn the line in the sand and we're looking for consultation. So they took they thought that we had done a significant amount of work with regards to working with Leo Longo, and we didn't really give that enough emphasis. And by putting in the word study, they felt like we were starting again at ground zero, looking for another set of studies, you know, inputs and everything else with regards to short-term accommodation. So all I'm suggesting is maybe we need to tweak the website a little bit and emphasize the work that we have done, and maybe remove the word study, and because really what we're looking for is public input on the wording.
Okay, and Steve, that might be something to look at, just say we're looking for public consultation on work that's been completed. I mean, it's just it's an edit on the website where public consultation is, because we're not doing another study.
Right. I think it's probably clear in the room here on camera, but it's maybe not as clear in the public when because that's the first little bit of the preamble on the website. So something to consider, Steve, if you want to maybe take a look at that and see.
If I may, Madam Mayor, to the rest of the council, it is an extension of the original study, and certainly all the background information, the reports associated with the last couple of reports link it back to that, but understood. We do, the advertisements out in the paper as that, just simply because, yes, the previous council did initiate this study, and it was, by extension, we're just, shall we say, wrapping up the study with the draft regulation, but so noted. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just passing along the comments that I received. So,
Fair enough.
thank you.
Councillor Osborne.
Thank you. I can't find Councillor Moffat referred to 9H. I can't find that in my main agenda or the addendum.
9H.
Where is it?
It's a request by the mayor.
But is it on the agenda?
Yep, 9H.
I look here, hang on. So I only go to 9F and then go into correspondence, my agenda. Is this the main agenda for July 6th? I go to 9F.
Okay, the clerk has a comment for you.
There is no documentation in the agenda package, but it is item 9H on the agenda.
Oh, Mr. Belchamber wouldn't like that. Anyhow, so while we're on this topic, I may as well shoot too. Because I've got a question from a ratepayer about not so much STR in the 28 days or the 4 times 7, but what if it's 6 months? And the question to me was, okay, so you can't rent commercially for less than 28 days on seasonal or on lakefront property. If I got a 6-month rental, can I do that commercially? Was the question, through Airbnb or whoever.
I think that's a question that needs to go up on the public consultation.
Have we discussed that, Steve? Like the STAs, like the long term, not short term. But if we're prohibiting short term, then the question was, well, is there a loophole that if you go beyond 28 days, you can still rent commercially? You got to take a month, not 28.
That's right. Yes, we have discussed that at previous meetings, and you are correct that if the person rents for 29 or 6 months, it would not meet the definition of an STA as drafted. So it would be yes, it would be permitted.
Okay, council's good with that, I guess, eh? That loophole? I just thought it might lead to further discussion.
Well, that's what public consultation is all about too. Councillor Collins, do you have any comments?
No, my question, Mayor, was I just wonder if council's A, aware and B, okay with that. 29 days, you can rent commercial. I don't know, can we see if council's okay with it?
That's not kind of what we're on the agenda. We'll discuss it. We'll discuss it when we get everybody else's comments. But I would encourage the people that ask the question to submit the question to the public consultation website.
Yep.
Councillor Collins, any comments?
No, I'm okay with that, Mayor. I heard all the comments. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Steve, for moving both projects ahead. And now I think you're still on, Director Stone, for the update on Hebert. You want to give us any background? I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yes, as per direction of council at its last meeting, we did prepare in consultation with the applicant's lawyer. Our lawyer worked on a letter for the clerk to sign and also a new notice of decision. The most important thing for council's benefit tonight would be the last day of appeal, which is July 16th.
Thank you. And the verbal update on the open burn, I hope Don, our fire chief, could give us an update. Thank you, Don.
After our last meeting of June 15th, and I know there were questions from council regarding timing, and I sent the documents to the lawyer on June 19th, and I received the order back signed by the Regional Senior Justice, Ontario Court Ontario Court of Justice on June 22nd. So I'm probably thinking that might go down in history as the fastest turnaround between a lawyer and a judge. So as of tonight at midnight, this comes in effect July 7th. Tonight at midnight, our new bylaw is enforced. The set fines are approved by the courts.
That's great news. Councillor Osborne, you have a question?
Yeah, so that, Don, that includes fireworks.
Correct.
They've been going off all weekends and there's extreme fire conditions.
Yep.
Okay,
So
thanks.
now, so as of tomorrow night, we have an option.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Moffat?
So Don, I understand JJ's out this week, and I know that there's been an article in the paper with regards to this change. Are we doing something on our website to try to get the word out a little bit broader to Councillor Osborne's comment about the fact that obviously it was Canada Day weekend, 4th of July weekend, and there was quite a bit of activity. I'm just wondering if we're going to try to at least educate as best we can on the broader sense. And then I'm presuming that going forward, it'll be up to the bylaw officers, if called on this, to probably educate first and then fine second, or what do you anticipate in the field type of?
I would say
questions.
like over this past
Website
weekend,
closer.
I'll answer the question backwards. Over the last weekend, we issued 4 tickets for fires. People thought they were going to get a warning, and when it gets to extreme, there's no warnings. You know, if you missed it, you missed it. And so we issued 4 tickets. Regarding what has been put out in the media, when we went to extreme last week, the directive that was sent to the radio stations, et cetera, across the district, all mentioned no fireworks under extreme and high, no fireworks. So basically, yes, we will update our site now, but we kind of jumped on the coattails of no fireworks, and someone questioned it. We would encourage no fireworks. Now we have an option where we can actually lay a charge.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Collins, any comments?
Yes, Chief, what about extreme noise? What about complaints from, you're getting from residents that there's a lot of noise happening after 11 p.m.? Does the bylaw officer respond at that time to quell the noise that's happening?
We have 2 options right now after our 1 officer was assaulted. Basically what we're doing is, if it's someone that isn't known to us, then we're taking the details and dealing with it in the morning. If it's serious enough, we'll call the OPP and they'll go with us. If it is a address that we've had issues in the past, we will call the OPP immediately and have them go out with our officer. And that happened not this past weekend, the weekend before, leading up to Canada Day, where we had 2 incidents where the OPP went and warnings were given out. And so, yeah, so really depending on it's case by case, but what we won't do is send a bylaw officer out now after hours by himself. So.
Yes, that's a good plan, Don. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one quick question, Don. Why is Muskoka still at moderate?
Great question. We talked to the M&R today because there's definitely something going on where, for example, on Thursday when we went to Extreme was right down to the bottom of Seguin Township, got a bit of Muskoka all the way up to Thunder Bay. And that was around 11 o'clock. We made the decision to go to Extreme. And I actually saw Councillor Coles changing signs, and I think he was a little surprised it was Extreme, but that's what the M&R map said. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the map was changed to moderate. So I'm not sure how you go from extreme conditions and using their formula to, 5 hours later and no rain, you're now at moderate. Yesterday morning I checked and it was low. So this morning it was high. So in talking to the ministry said the norm would be is 8 o'clock in the morning, they update the map, and 1 o'clock they update the map. But obviously we were getting 3 and 4 updates in a 12-hour period that made no sense. So they're looking into it to try to determine what is going on. We had a couple of nasty calls this morning because more and more people are realizing the map is there for them to take a look at. Now, ultimately, as a municipality, we have a choice. M&R can be extreme and we can decide to stay at low. That's our choice. And I try to explain that to people that we, as much as possible, follow as a group, all 7 municipalities, which everyone went to extreme. Part of our challenge is for the West Perry Sound District, the actual station that picks up all the data is in Dunchurch. So you could conceivably get a pile of rain over near Dunchurch and we get nothing here. And which will kind of skew the numbers a bit. And we try to take that into consideration as well. But, you look at the forecast, we have a heat warning now for the next 4 days. I really don't think we're going to see any change, for at least another 7 days. So.
Yeah, it's concerning because since so many of our residents arrive by driving through the township of Muskoka Lakes, and they look at those signs and they think they apply to us in Seguin. So it is an educational challenge.
Yeah.
Councillor Cole.
I just wanted to say that I would hope, and I appreciate what Don's doing, that we would always err on the side of caution. I feel more comfortable. We live in the middle of the forest, and if anything happens, it can happen pretty quick.
Yeah.
Well, I think too, further to that, Councillor Coles, when you get up in the morning and it's 24 degrees and by 9 o'clock it's coming up on 30, to me, common sense tells me this isn't probably a great day to have a fire. We had a call today. We had someone burning today at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And it's just like, what are you thinking, right? So.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm assuming we'll work to publicize this as much as we can. Okay, we're moving into item number 9. And the first item is a resolution, whereas as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, council members have been attending council meetings remotely by Zoom since mid-May 2020, and those virtual meetings have resulted in certain council members incurring extraordinary internet expenses. Now therefore be it resolved that despite the provisions of bylaw 2019-039, Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve the payment of the following monthly expenses from June 1, 2020 until such time as Zoom council meetings are discontinued. And the motion covers Rod Osborne at $15 per month for extra internet capacity. Can I have a motion from Councillor Osborne? You're on mute, but I'm hoping you're going to.
Sorry. I will move that, but am I the only one that incurs extra data?
I have.
Oh, so Gail,
Councillor
okay.
Vincent has some.
I wouldn't want to be making a resolution just for me.
Okay. Could I have a seconder and then we'll discuss it? Okay, seconded by Gail Vincent. I guess I can add names to this, can I? So is there a discussion? Councillor Vincent?
I have extra expenses too. I went over my limit because of Zoom, so I had to upgrade to the next one, but it's not working very well either. So I might have to upgrade to the next one. I have to see because I keep cutting out now. So it's not as good as the lesser. I don't know. I'm having troubles, but yes, I did have to upgrade.
Would you like your name added to the motion? So you can charge an expense?
Sure. It doesn't matter really. Sure, go ahead. I'll do that for you, Rod, so you won't be alone.
Councillor Moffat, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we need to be specific on the dollar amount. I think because Councillor Vincent's number may be different. I'm just wondering, do we have to put a dollar amount, or can we just say for the extra internet capacity with receipts supported the amount? There's Michelle, thank you.
I'm going to ask Michelle to answer that.
Given that we're going against our own bylaw, I would really much rather have direction that's specific. So Gail, you were saying before that it was an extra $10 a month?
Yes. Yeah,
You know
mine
what?
was an.
If it ends up being $15 or $20 a month, we can always bring another resolution back.
I didn't upgrade to the 15 because I thought the 10 would accommodate it. So I only went 10 up because I'm cheap.
Could we then just say up to $20 per month for the extra
Yep, you
internet?
could do that too.
That, at least if Councillor Vincent's or I'm sitting in the Foley Community Center in order to avoid the extra cost, and I'm paying for the Foley Community Center, so that's why I'm trying to minimize that cost there. So I'm just wondering.
Okay, well, we can change that to say up to $20 a month. And Councillor Osborne, you have a comment?
Well, I was just saying that I'd be prepared to provide the copy of the invoice from Rogers indicating the additional charge, just as proof, proof of expense. I think that's necessary.
That is what I am going to have to ask for, is an actual expense report with the copy of the receipt on it.
With a copy of the add-on. Yeah, good, thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the motion to include Gail Finson and Daryl Moffat for up to $20 per month with receipts.
Yeah, I don't think Daryl wants on.
No, you don't want on there?
No, I'm okay at the moment, thank you. Thanks
Okay.
very much.
Okay, so it's just the addition of Gail Osborne and the amount is up.
No, not Gail Osborne.
I'm sorry, Gail Finson, sorry, Gail, you didn't get to this.
I don't want to be Rod Finson right now.
But it'd be up to $20 per month with proper expense reporting.
That's good.
Okay, great.
So just a question, could it not just be up to $20 a month for any member of council, and then take the names off,
That's
so
what I
if
was
next
just gonna
month somebody
suggest.
comes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
council meeting are discontinued for any councillor up to $20 per month with proper expense reporting.
And if Councillor Osborne and Councillor Finson are agreeable to that friendly amendment.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're comfortable with that friendly amendment, I get to sign it?
You can vote on it.
Okay, yeah, but I vote on that little addition, or put all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Yeah, okay, and the next, is the update from the West Perry Sound Recreation and Culture Center. And I would just like to say, it's everywhere on the website, but please get your constituents to complete the survey, because it's only open until next Tuesday. And we need input from every age group, seasonal, permanent, everybody. We need them completing the online survey. Councillor Moffat, you have a question?
Yeah, I actually completed the survey, and you actually don't have to complete all the questions in the survey to complete the survey, surprisingly. But the biggest thing that I have that I think it's missing is the operating cost post-build. Like, it's hard to say you can support the project if you don't know what's going to cost you after it's built, whether it's going to be a membership fee, whether it's going to be attached to your property tax, or some sort of combination. And I honestly think that information is critical. Anyone making the decision to move this thing forward, and unfortunately, it's currently not available. And that's a gap that I think needs to be, there's not enough time to fill that gap, but that is a significant gap to be able to, get behind this.
I hear you, and I would encourage you to put that, forward.
Did. Yes, I did.
Okay. Councillor Osborne.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that, this started off as a pool committee, and then it became a recreational, and then it became a cultural, and it's gone on and on. And when I look at the concept layout, it looks like less than 25% is devoted to pool. And when you take the therapeutic pool away from the lap pool, boy, that's a pretty small pool. So I just wondering why, you look at the lap pool itself, that's less than 20% of the total building, but there's all kinds of meeting rooms and gyms and fitness and studios and courts and everything else. So I wonder if we've just gone like off the rails on this concept, because, well, originally it was pool. And the reason I state that, the percentage of floor space allowed for the pool, I'm not sure what that length of the pool is, but in the pictorial about lane swimming, it looks pretty short. It's 4 lanes only. And I have some experience with a pool in Gravenhurst that has a very small lap pool, about the same size. And the comments from citizens in Gravenhurst, and it's a Y operated, that use that pool, is you get 6 people in the pool and you can't move. So I just wonder where the design came from on this and the thoughts behind it, because if you're not going to do it right, it may not get used. And I concur with Councillor Moffat about the ongoing cost, because, another major thing that was embarked upon by several municipalities in West Barre Sound was the Stockey Centre. And that alone, last I heard several years ago, was $185,000 or $90,000 a year net loss. Town of Barre Sound picks that up, fortunately, on their own. But in this case, operating costs, I would think, would be shared by all municipalities, including First Nations. That's a big question. And so the second last question in the survey, which I've looked at, is do you support it? And I can't answer that at this time with limited information, especially when municipality and First Nation partners are going to be responsible for $8.5 million. And there's no indication there of how much of that, what portion of that is First Nations with federal help, and how the costs would be distributed amongst the 7 municipalities. So there's a lot of unanswered questions here. And as a business plan, I find it weak. And I'm not sure that you're going to get the kind of survey response you're going to want, given the information that's provided.
Well, I'd encourage you to put all those comments into the comment section. The design really has come up through the Citizens Committee. I can tell you that the reason it became named a wellness and cultural center and recreation was because that was the category of the grants that we fell into. Pool wasn't there, but wellness center and culture was.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is we've lost track of the idea of a community pool when you make it like 15 or 20% of the floor space in the whole building. It just minimizes it to the point where if I were a swimmer with all that other attributes and I was a swimmer wanting to go do laps, I may not be looking at it in a favorable light. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I think write as many comments in the comment section as you can, because I believe they're going to tabulate them. Any other comments? Councillor Collins, anything?
No, Mayor, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the Township of Archipelago connectivity resolution that passed at their last council meeting, and it's there for your information. And it is there partly to plant the seed. Councillor Coles and I have been meeting with ISPs to see what we can do to bring connectivity to a large group of people in Seguin. And so we are hoping that we might be able to bring a similar resolution in the future to this council to look at some of the spending of our modernization funding. But this one is here for your information. Councillor Moffat.
I was just going to say, if circle down through the correspondence, you'll see similar resolutions by other municipalities across Ontario. Maybe not to the extent this is, but very similar, requests and such. So this isn't alone in that.
Yeah, the archipelago actually attaches a dollar figure to it, and I am on a call tomorrow with the mayors, several mayors, rural mayors, talking to the premier. And a group of us are going to be pushing for broadband as a way to fix some of the impact of COVID. And then the next one, the resolution from the archipelago about OPP is also there for your information. If anybody has any questions, it's really there for information. Councillor Collins, anything? Nope. Okay, we move on to item E, Councillor Moffat, Park to Park.
Well, in the agenda package is my resignation from the Board of Directors of Park to Park effective June 22nd. Prior to that date, I was chair of the governance committee. We had one meeting and there were myself and 3 other board members that were on the governance committee, and we were charged with reviewing the foundational document, what we've characterized. The Thursday before the 22nd, we were to have our follow-up meeting, and the staff member and Nick Ryland, so Peter Searle and Nick Ryland, canceled the meeting at 5:30 without my approval since I was the chair, and said that was it, we weren't having a meeting. Didn't inform me other than that by email, let it go for the weekend, and never got a call, never got any sort of follow-up. And I said, that's enough, I'm done. I've tried to move things in the direction that needs to be done, but I can't move an elephant on my own. I've reviewed the foundational documents. I shared that information with the mayor. My summary, there are some challenges that need to be resolved. The mayor and I spoke last week about the fact that there should be a number of municipalities that are involved in this organization, and they've dropped out of the picture. And it's important that the trail is there for many reasons, whether it's summer, winter, fall, spring. It's critical that the trail, because it does bring a lot here. And maybe it's time that we, maybe it's staff that try to coordinate things with other municipal staff to see whether we can, bring this thing back into the fold correctly. But at this stage, like I said, I can't move an elephant, and I've got other priorities in life, and this is not one of them. So I'm happy to take any volunteers that would like to join the board after that. And I believe Nick Ryland did reach out to the mayor, and I know I talked to Bill Park yesterday. He asked me who was coming on as the board representative. I said, I can tell you who's probably not, but I can't tell you who is going to. So.
Well, the first thing I'd like to say is that I really believe that the Park to Park Trail is an important asset, and we need to do everything we can to make it work. And we need to figure it out. And Councillor Fellner has stepped forward and said that he would be willing to give it a try with some staff support, because I really believe, having read some of these documents that Daryl has sent me, it really can't fall on a bunch of volunteers to unravel this governance mess. And there needs to be some expertise, and I mean, many of the documents that are in this file have no date on them. We don't know why other townships have fallen by the wayside. We don't know all kinds of things. So I think it's worth a really in-depth look at it. And I did have a discussion with Councillor Fellner, if you'd like to talk about it, but he did say that he thought he had some expertise on snowmobile trails and things that might be applicable as learning for Park to Park. But I don't want to see us lose this important tourism asset. Councillor Feller, do you have something to add?
Well, not much. I think you hit the high points. I think, Daryl, you did good, you know, and we all understand what the problem is. And, you know, historically, there's been issues over the years with, you know, with the Seguin Trail. It was closed for a number of years ago. And I just don't want to see that happen again. So
Neither do I.
think we've got a bit of a plan if we can get, you know, the house in order there and develop, you know, a high-level strategic plan and move on with this thing, because it's a tremendous asset to have in the area, and I think it's worth a fight to keep it going and make it prosper. So
I don't disagree, but
I got out of bed this morning and fell
that's
on my
wrong. You
head.
killed the
I said I'd do it.
Well, I think it's important that all of council give Terry our support and when you need it, and we will work hard to get some staff resources allocated to help you. So I have a motion here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby receive the resignation of Councillor Daryl Moffat as the Township of Seguin Council Representative on the Park to Park Trail Association, Inc. Board, and that Council does hereby appoint Councillor Terry Fellner as the Township of Seguin Council Representative on the Park to Park Trail Association, Inc. Board for the remainder of the term of council. Could I have a motion from Councillor Coles?
Also move.
And could I have a seconder from Councillor Collins?
Yes, I'll second that. Councillor Collins seconds that motion.
Great. All in favor?
Councillor
Thank you very
Collins
much.
is in favor.
That's carried. And I guess one thing I'd like, Daryl, can you get all those files into Councillor Fellner's hands?
Absolutely. He's going to love them.
Okay. Next item is the West Perry Sound District Museum financial statement. I'm assuming Councillor Moffat, you can speak, I'm assuming we're getting these just because of when their year end is.
No, this is part of the I guess I would say
Their
the grant
obligation.
application yes. And we just finished them there in June. So they're just now being sent in to close, I would say, the 2020 ask for the money that's already gone.
Okay. Well, I was surprised to see the revenues up substantially. So, good news.
Well, it is a lot of, you know, if you look at the first two lines though, municipal contributions and grants.
Yeah.
So and if you look at admissions, you know, they're relatively flat. So, you know, there's certainly significant amount of money would come in from fundraising and donations. And that's the big driver, but there are some movements in the other ones. So, yeah.
Now, are they open given COVID?
No, they're not, and has not been open since March. And I'm chair of the finance committee, and we have a finance committee meeting Thursday to talk about, because I've seen some museums, local museums, starting to open, and we, you know, what we're doing, costs and everything else, you know, as part of the finance committee. So that's still to be determined. I completed some scenario planning on that, and we probably were not going to open until September. That was, you know, because we didn't think by this time, you know, what it would mean in terms of any, you know, additional museum admissions and stuff. So we kind of missed the window.
Okay. Councillor Osborne.
Just going to comment on the opening. I know that some, you know, I think in Ontario, the ROM's open and different attractions in the city. I think the province has okayed that, and under the provincial rules, they could open. Is that right, Dale? With the proper.
Yeah, they can, but we've done a lot of virtual. We've done a lot of virtual stuff, but it's a matter of the fact is that we don't have a full-time cleaner at the museum. So we have a cleaner that comes in once a month or once every couple weeks. So there's a whole gamut of things you can imagine, touching.
Oh, yeah. No,
anything else. We have to
you'd have to have somebody cleaning up all full time. Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
and we have to reinvent the gift shop area. There's a whole series of things that needs to be done. So it's not a matter of, it's a challenge. Yes. But we're trying to do everything virtual as much as possible. There's been a lot of uptake on that. But unfortunately, as most people are aware, virtual doesn't really pay.
Yeah.
No.
True. Thank you, Daryl, for all your work there. Next item, I'm going to turn it over to the clerk on council meetings post state of emergency.
So this is for council information, and just to keep you reminded, our understanding is the provincial emergency is in effect until July 15th. We have no idea if it's going to be canceled or if it's going to be extended. Right now, these type of meetings are only permitted because it's in a state of emergency. So really, council has two options come our July 20th meeting. Either, if the emergency is extended, we continue like this, or if it's not extended, the municipality, the mayor declares an emergency, so we can continue these type of meetings, or we start having our normal public meetings, in which case we would have to implement distancing and the mask wearing, and at this point, we'd probably be looking at the upstairs of the Humphrey Community Center, with all council and whatever staff required appropriately distanced the 2 meters from anyone else. And then chairs appropriately set up 2 meters from everybody else and fit whatever public we have room for. So that's just sort of a reminder of where we're at. I understand that various associations in the province are in discussions, but I also understand there's nothing come out yet, even a hint as to what's happening. So that would be our next council meeting, our next scheduled council meeting. So just an FYI, and unless council wants to give some direction on whether or not you are interested in considering a municipal state of emergency, otherwise there's not really much for council decision.
Councillor Osborne.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, Greg, do you have a sense of what other municipalities in the area are either doing or about to do with regard to live meetings?
A little. I have had an email out and had some brief discussions with West Prairie Sound area municipalities. I can tell you most municipalities are discussing this, but there's such a variance on the size. You know, some of the cities are different versus, say, some of the very remote municipalities that really are only having teleconference. Archipelago is reviewing their community center in Point of Arrow as where they may have to go. Prairie Sound is looking at their council chambers to see if it can be reworked to suit them, and if it did, how many people could fit in. McDougall, 2 municipalities, remember, did declare a state of emergency. That is McDougall and Carling. Maybe there's,
I think McKellar.
was it 2 or 3?
3.
Okay. I know one of those, they haven't had the discussion yet with their council on what council is thinking, whether to leave that state of emergency and continue this way or not, because their council chambers, probably by the time they social distance their staff and their council, wouldn't have any public.
No room.
I guess I'd be interested in anybody else's thoughts. The one thing I've said to Craig is that I do believe our public, some of our public anyways, are liking the fact that they can view our meetings on YouTube. And I think we need to look at making that an ongoing thing. It won't happen unless we're on Zoom until a next budget meeting, or budget discussion, because to have us live streamed in the council chamber is equipment, is all kinds of other stuff. While we're on Zoom, we can go on YouTube for no cost. So that is a consideration that if we move to the community center, we probably could not live stream. Councillor Coles, you have a comment?
Yeah, I think we should declare an emergency till the end of August and continue as we are with the public like this. Convenient, it works pretty well. I'd recommend or make a motion that we continue or a state of emergency until the end of August.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moffat, you have a thought?
Yeah, I was just gonna say something similar. I didn't know if we would wait to see what the province did and then have a special meeting. Maybe it's next Monday on the 13th.
We don't need
Yeah.
a meeting. I can do it
Okay.
at any point. Okay, the mayor can act without council.
Yeah, so then, if they do pull the trigger on removing the state of emergency, then enact it, 1 minute after that
So your
to
preference
Councillor Cole's
is,
comment
your
to the end.
preference to continue Zoom?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Councillor Fellner?
Thank you.
Oh, we need you to unmute.
As much as I can't really see the province, doing that as quickly, I guess anything's possible. I too would like to continue with the Zoom format, so I would be agreeable to allow the mayor to do what he saw fit for us to continue.
Pretty easy, fill out a form and declare it. Councillor Collins, do you have something to add?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Just something short and sweet. Why change what's not broken? I say continue doing what we're doing, and I'll go along with what Councillor Moffat and Councillor Coles and Councillor Fellner have already said. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Finson, you have a comment.
Yes, I would say the same thing. Like once, if the province pulls it, then we should continue at least until the end of August, at least this way, the way we're going now, and to just do it right as soon as it's declared not an emergency by the province, I would say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Osborne, you have something to add?
I would concur with the other five, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess my preference, I don't want to overstep Doug Ford, so I would wait until we hear what he's going to do with the 15th. But I hear unanimity that you would prefer to continue on Zoom. And that will also allow us to continue with the live streaming, which I don't think we've got a huge following, but the people that are following do want to continue. So thank you very much for your input. The next one was me, and this is a result of some of the complaints I've received, and specifically one on Cameron Bay, which is as well documented and proven as the one we referred to Leo Longo on Goddard Crescent at our last meeting. And I would like to basically direct staff to have some sort of a protocol of how we handle the short-term rentals that are absolutely well documented. We've got ads galore, the neighbor's complaint, photos of cars in the driveway, all that thing, because I don't think we want to refer each and every one to Leo Longo until we have proof that our existing bylaw can stand. But I do think when we have serious complaints and multiple complaints about one unit or one building, that we should be able to answer and say, yes, the letter's gone to them, or we've collected information, we're printing the ads, and we are monitoring so that we are consistent in how we handle legitimate complaints. And the one that I'm referring to, we found it's on Airbnb, it's also on VRBO, it's also on Jane's Cottages. And we need to be able to advise the neighbors that we were taking these complaints seriously. So I guess I'm asking Director Stone to come up with a protocol. Are you still here, Director Stone?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm still here.
I
If
don't
if,
think it needs to be complicated, but
yeah,
how do you handle these?
if I may, there is a procedure in place that we do for all our violations that we receive. In essence, bylaw enforcement's complaint-based. So when we get a concern raised by a member of the public, and more recently what we've seen as they've been advising members of council, we advise them to formally put their concerns in writing. And what we do then is once we have a complaint, we begin an investigation. What happens there is we actually have what is called a P01 file that we create for all our enforcements, whether it be the 3 bylaws on the shoreline or bylaw enforcement files, zoning bylaw enforcement files. And in the case of short-term cottage rental stuff, what we do is we ascertain what zone they are in, who's the property owner, and so on and so forth, and do initial research with regards to what we find. And if they do appear on websites like Airbnb, we document that that information for the file. And from there, once we determine that, yes, they're offside of the bylaw, we actually write them a letter and make contact with them by email if we can, and by phone if we have their number, just to inform them that they're operating a business that's contrary to the zoning bylaw. And through that initial contact of dialogue by mail and by phone, we hope that we receive some form of compliance. If they don't comply, as we saw with the Goddard Crescent one, then we elevate that to council's attention and ask for permission to take them through a more strenuous process through the court system. So I guess as of probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago now, we probably have upwards of 5, maybe even 10 active files that we're starting to open and pursue that way. So that's what we do. And as I said, if it becomes a real serious matter insofar as we're not getting any cooperation from the landowner, then we'll ask council for their assistance and retain it, the lawyer, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so I guess that's great. I didn't realize it was that well documented, and so that's great. One thing any counselor that gets a complaint, make sure you copy the record stone. And if you want it to be part of the official township correspondence, they have to copy Craig themselves. We can't forward to Craig to make it part of the township. They have to write to the clerk, correct?
Or any staff, right?
Any
Like
staff,
Steve.
or
Yeah.
to Steve, okay. All right, well then I will, following the meeting or tomorrow, check if this one's on your list, Steve. Because I don't want to name
If I may, Madam Mayor, I believe it, is this the same one that Gail Fenson was dealing with?
Probably. I have an address now and a name.
So what we've done there, again, we suggested to Councillor Finson that the concerned citizen actually write us so that we can properly document the complaint.
Okay, all right, and I'll double check. This one I already told them to copy the clerk on last week because it came in through my personal website. So
Yeah, if I recall, it's by a first name Terry, I believe.
Terry.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but I'll double check with you tomorrow.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you. Steve, who would, the process then from the complainant is to yourself or to bylaw or both?
It can come either way.
Okay.
Often what we hear from the initial complaint is noise and nuisances that way, and obviously noise is a bylaw or OPP issue. And so if they're really concerned about the goings on of a party, say at a cottage, then we direct them that way. If they really do want to complain about what they think is a land use violation, a commercial business in a residential neighborhood, then we ask them to complain to planning, and we'll deal with it as a zoning bylaw issue.
Okay, and also you mentioned you have a number of complaints that you're dealing with right now. And you send a letter out asking the people to comply or cease and desist the renting. And then failing that, council would give you direction to take legal action. But at this time, without a binding bylaw, or at least we have one in process, would we actually go to court at this time without our new STR bylaw in place? Would Leo advise us on that, or would he advise us not to, or what?
No, if council recalls, Leo was asked that question 2 meetings ago. And Leo's advice was that he did feel that council did have a solid position to stand on based on the wording in the bylaw today.
Okay.
So hence, with that advice from the lawyer, we initiated action against the Goddard Crescent STRA.
So there's been legal action initiated on that one?
Well, I would say that we've just begun to prepare our affidavit for that. It's going to take us a week or so because they're rather complicated, but that's our next thing to do on our work list.
So I take it that 96 Goddard is not complying. That
is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve, for your thoroughness. Councillor Collins, anything?
No, everything's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now we're moving to I in the business, and this came in your addendum, and it's a request from the owners of Crossroads to extend their patios during the COVID situation. You'll recall that the Alcohol and Gaming Commission, I think this is what they're called, gave the municipalities authorization to do this. And we have now received that request. You see it in your addendum, and they have been in touch with Fire Chief Don Hood. So I'm going to read the motion, and then we can open discussion. Whereas the owners of Crossroads Restaurant in Rosso have submitted a request to council for permission to extend the restaurant's outside patio on the side of the property abutting Cardwell Road and located on Township of Seguin owned property during COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario has announced temporary measures to allow liquor sales licensees to increase the size of their patios or add a new patio once they are again permitted to welcome on site, subject to several conditions, including the municipality in which the premises is situated has indicated it does not object to an extension. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin has no objection to the request by Crossroads Restaurant in Rosso for permission to extend the restaurant's outside patio on the side of the property abutting Cardwell Road and located on Township of Seguin owned property during this COVID-19 pandemic. Could I have a motion from Rod Osborne?
So moved, Mayor.
And seconded by Gail. This is in your
I second that.
We have a bunch of blue hands here. Councillor Fellner.
Well, I actually was the last guy to raise my hand, but thank you.
Sorry, I was reading while the hands were going up. My apologies.
Okay, so I actually had a couple calls on this issue from a couple people in my ward that were in transit over to Huntsville and felt that the tables that Crossroads had put up beside the Cardwell Road were little dangerous, and their concern was making the left-hand turn off 141 onto the Cardwell Road. The one lady was telling me she was trying to make a left-hand turn. There was a big truck turning right to go to Perry Sound, and she really couldn't, so she made the left-hand turn. There was a waitress standing on the side of the road, I went to Huntsville last week and had a look at it, and I mean, these tables are very, very close to the road. And especially there was one right on the corner where you can see the tire tracks where the transport trucks turn. And the table's literally 3 or 4 feet from from the front of the tractor. I just don't, I'm all for them getting some extra space somewhere to set up a few more tables, but I think that where they've got them set up right now, tremendous liability and for a serious safety issue, in my opinion.
Councillor Vincent.
I would say the same thing. I spoke with Terry and I went and looked and there is one. Is there an echo, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just started.
Yeah. Anyway, the tables aren't safe, some of them. So I would be agreeable to it if they could have somebody check the safety of where exactly the tables are going to be located. Right now, they're really close to the road. And I would like the one at 141 and the Cardwell Road moved because it's really dangerous. When you turn the corner, you can't see it. So that was what I would say is I'd be happy to give them more space, but only if they can do it safely.
Okay, Councillor Osborne?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. There, in this request, there is dimensions as to how many meters out from their current property they're extending. And am I correct in saying they just went ahead and did this without approval? Tables? Because the last time I was there, that was the pull-up for your takeouts. The long line of cars were pulled up on the shoulder, which was dangerous enough, having cars all the way back to the corner on a hidden hill, waiting for their pickups. But I didn't see any tables. This is a week or two ago. So they went and planted, Gail, they planted tables there without authority?
Yeah. Yes.
And to Terry's point, but those piggyback tip trucks come back from Huntsville, and you got to get around one of those, or those trucks have to make that left turn heading out Aspen Road. There's very little room there, and yeah, that would be an accident to happen. I'm surprised Julie and Richard would even think of doing this. Thank you.
Councillor Moffat.
How about Councillor Collins? What happened there, Councillor Collins?
I'm sorry, Councillor Collins, I will get to you. I'm just looking at little hands now. I won't forget about you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
So I'm going to go back to Nigel's report. We really need, it sounds like we need a staff report on, not only from a city, but only, from a location. Maybe we need to make a recommendation, we need to put planters or some buffer or, that would accommodate X number of tables, X number of space between the road. So it doesn't sound like something that we want to enter into tonight without having a staff report with a map or something that would give us some indication, we're not taking on liability. Again, I applaud that they want to do that, and I fully understand, but I think that we're, putting the cart before the horse.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Councillor Collins.
Yes, Mayor. As you all well know, I go back and forth to Huntsville quite often, and I actually took a photo of the table and chairs that are sitting right on the corner there, and I thought to myself, "Oh, geez, that was a complete disaster waiting to happen." And I thought to myself, that was our property, and they were actually people sitting there eating. And it was like putting the cart ahead of the horse, wasn't it? They put tables out there and started servicing customers before even asking our permission. So from a liability standpoint, I'm not happy with that location at all. Thank you.
Okay. Dawn, are you still there? Because you're the one that went out and saw it, and I'm wondering if there, I mean, I hate to say staff report, because we wouldn't get it for 2 weeks, and they want to make money now. Is there anything you can do to work with them to increase the safety of it?
Well, first of all, the simple corner table is remove it. There actually are planters, large planters between the roadway and the tables. And you can actually walk between the planters and the tables. From a safety perspective, my thought would be is I think it's all or nothing. Anywhere along there with somebody out of control is not safe. You could be in the middle of the patio and be hit. So I don't think we can say, well, you're too close to the road, because you know, when you actually look at it, anywhere there, you potentially could be hit if a car goes out of control. So the property, our property, is basically about a foot out their door is Seguin property. So that whole area is really Seguin property. So comparing to, you know, again, restaurants in Toronto that have sidewalks, they've been given permission to expand onto the sidewalks, which you literally sitting at a table could put your arm out and touch a vehicle. So, you know, how do you limit that risk? Do you put up concrete barriers? Sure, but a big truck comes by, that barrier's not going to stop the truck.
I guess, you know, I want to try and help them as much as possible. If there's, oh, sorry, Councillor Vincent?
I just wanted to add that I really would like them to get some extra space if we can help them do it safely. And I'm sure Dawn will be able to help them. I just think, I agree that the one table needs to go, but maybe the planters in between the tables and the road might be, I mean, I understand what you're saying. If somebody goes out of control, nobody's safe. But just turning the corner isn't out of control. And we just need them to be safe when people are going around the corner. And so I think I would really like to see them get their extra space and keep their extra space, but safely. If we can help them do it safely, I'd be happy to say yes.
Councillor Fellner?
Yeah, I mean, I have the same basic thought as Gail on this, and I think that, you know, we maybe could look at the area that's more towards the entrance of the restaurant and where the fire pit traditionally has been. I don't know whether we dealt with this in the past with a road occupancy permit or whether we can do that. But
I think we're in a new world here right now.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I really think that, you know, it needs to be tightly controlled if we went ahead and allowed this. And I don't know. I mean, we're not talking about a municipal street here. We're talking about a, you know, highway, and it isn't just the chip trucks this year. It's, you know, with all the asphalt work going on in the 400, it's all those asphalt trailers going through there too. So I mean, you know, I don't know what the frequency is per hour of vehicles per hour, but I would tend to think it's pretty high. There's no barrier curb there. It's a mountable curb. You know, it's not a safe situation.
Nope.
You know, perhaps is there not some other areas that they can expand to that are more insulated from the road?
Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor. If they were serious about it and wanted more space, they'd take the shed out. They could put at least two tables right where that little shed that's not being used. It's a little, what used to be a gas shed. That would be far safer. It's way up off the elevation of the road. Not only that, when you make a left turn eastbound onto Aston Road, the actual plane of the road falls into that area from 141. Which makes it even worse. The bank actually goes towards the restaurant area. So maybe they should consider moving that shed. That would provide a few tables.
Councillor Moffat.
Well, I go back to our earlier discussion last week, Mayor. I don't think we have information to be able to make a proper on this. And I'd like to push back staff, come with the staff reports and work with the Crossroads, because I think we're just throwing darts to the board now.
The CAO would like to speak.
What we're talking about right now is one application by one restaurant. And under these AGCO rules, this is actually from now until the end of December is when they can expand their patio space. So if we're going to take it back to staff to come back at the next meeting, I would suggest that it not be restricted to just Crossroads.
Agreed.
That we look at all of our restaurants, because I'm sure they'd love to expand their patio space. There's also some information in the package about process. You know, whether it is a letter from your city manager or whether it's by application. So I think I'd have to agree with you, Councillor Moffat, that making a decision tonight, I think, would just be misguided. I don't think it would be the best decision to make. And I'd hate to go back to Crossroads. You know, I don't want to tell them to pull everything back, but you want to make the best decision for all of the restaurants in Seguin.
Yeah, like we would want to start with safety, want to start with a plan, you know, meet the requirements of the provincial government, all those things. Here's your application. Council, will you please approve this extension of our patio? We've done everything, ticked all the boxes.
In fairness, they've ticked all the provincial boxes. What they haven't ticked is the Seguin boxes. Yeah. So, Councillor Feller, you have a comment, and Councillor Osborne, and then we'll.
No, I don't have a problem with the staff coming up with study and policy. I mean, I do have a concern about what we're gonna do immediately. Because, I mean, we're aware of this situation now. Let it continue, then basically means that we're agreeable to it, and if something happened, you know, we'd be in a terrible position, I think. The other thing that I'm not so sure that, you know, the MTO doesn't have something in their traffic manual, you know, that should be looked at, and perhaps Peter could do that as well. There's got to be a solution there for them somewhere. It's just I don't think presently the way it's set up is the proper solution.
Councillor Osborne, and then I'd like to summarize.
Well, there's a certain amount of liability to the township, Michelle, or is this all on MTO?
It's the municipal, the province has allocated it to the municipalities.
It's a municipal decision. Okay, so therefore.
Okay, just a minute, the clerk has a comment.
So just to give you some further background and whatnot on it. It came out through the province, through AGCO, because of COVID, so like all the others, it came out really quick. All it said basically is they have to have, the municipality has to have no objection. So what I heard Councillor Moffat saying, and I'm sort of thinking what he's asking is that it be deferred pending a staff report. And I expect he's probably going to make that motion, and that's probably where we're headed. But as far as a lot of requirements, there aren't. The province has said, we okay it, municipalities, we want people to open for business, and this is all they have to do. So it's really that simple, that's why it's here. It's not that they haven't met any requirements, because there really aren't many. This is one of the requirements that's required to be met. And as far as how it's met, the province has even said, it's so loose that it can be a letter, it can be a staff first, it can be a resolution to council, it can be a policy, whatever you decide to do. So from what I'm hearing, I expect we're going to have a motion to defer this resolution, so you're not defeating it, you're not approving it, you're deferring it pending a staff report, which in itself makes it that they cannot do it because the municipality has not stated they have no objection.
All right, so basically, right now, the business has taken a move that they shouldn't have taken. no authority to do this. To cover ourselves, we should ask that those tables be removed, and I think Terry would agree with this, at this time. It can be deferred, and you can look at alternatives in a report, but in the meantime, for the next couple of weeks, let's not take the risk. They've done this without our authorization. Even though the province has a policy, it does require municipal blessing, and that hasn't been gone ahead and done. I don't feel bad to remove tables from an unsafe situation. If they buck that, then I doubt their responsibility.
Okay,
It's got to stop.
I'm gonna ask the clerk to weigh in here again.
Keep in mind what we're saying, Councillor Osborne, it does effectively what you're saying. If council were to defer this, they would be notified that council did not give approval for it, that it is deferred pending. So that in effect is the same as telling them they don't have approval. If they continue after that, then they're against provincial law.
But they did it without approval in the first place, so.
Well, yes, and they're against provincial law, that's why they now have put in the request.
So that's why I'm saying it's important to deny the request now, have them remove the tables and then consider it at a later date from a different viewpoint.
Yes, I would suggest that you would just tell them they don't have the approval. You're saying you should actually deny the request.
I'm gonna ask, Don Hood if there's a middle ground here. I'm fully supportive of what the CAO is saying. We need a policy for any and all requests as they come forward. I don't think we'll have too much patio use after October, given our weather. But, that being said, is there a way, Dawn, for you to go and get them to move the table, get the corner table gone, move all the other ones back, consider moving their little gazebo thing that Councillor Osborne said, and tell them that council was uncomfortable from a safety point of view, and work with them to either reduce it or expand. I know they can't expand down the hill, but I wondered about a separate patio in their parking lot. And wondered about that, but I know it's a different serving area and all that, and there's liquor and all kinds of things. But I wonder if there's a way to say, council did not approve your request. We want better safety in place, and at the same time, staff is being asked to come back with a policy on how to protect us, because we don't want an accident. And I don't want to hurt their business, but worse would be an accident.
Yep.
Is there a middle ground, is what I'm asking, John.
My thought would be, is there a middle ground? I don't believe there is. So I would suggest possibly we go back to them and say, staff would not approve, those tables have to be moved somewhere else. And if you go beyond their entrance doors, it's much, much wider. So potentially they could put
back
in.
Towards the back?
Back towards the parking lot. You've got an area there where to distance, the correct distance, you could probably put in 3 to 4 tables. And that's our property. So basically, we would say, we will approve that, but we will not approve where they are right now. And there's not enough room where they are to make it safe. What defines safe? Like I say, if a vehicle comes around that corner at a high rate of speed and as Terry mentioned, the grade is actually going into the area, the patio area. Nothing's going to stop them. They're going to go right up, right into the middle of the patio. So my feeling is you probably would remove those tables and relocate them. And if it's on our property, give them permission so they're not waiting 2 weeks. They may say, no, forget it, we'll just remove the tables and that's it. Okay? That's your decision, right?
Well, and I guess, I'd feel better if we told them, you got to put the tables somewhere else. At the same time, we're working on a policy going forward. And I don't know that we have to wait a full 2 weeks to have a policy circulated. We would to have a vote, but, Yeah, we'd have to wait until the August the 20th meeting.
That's too
No,
long.
Mayor, if I might just interject for a second, Don brought up an interesting point. Even, it's not just the tables inside that road. If a vehicle was out of control, it plows through the entire patio. They really should have a responsibility point of view to look at putting some, I forget what you call them, ballards?
Jersey
Like
blocks.
you see at the service station, along that road, on their property line, to prevent a particular drunk driver maybe from running through the whole patio at some day. That would be the responsible thing to do when you got a patio that close to the highway anyway. Because he's right. It wouldn't just take out the first couple of tables. You could go right through to the restaurant. It's happened in the city where people have hit buildings and houses and stores. Thank you.
Okay, that is beyond us. It's up to them. But Councillor Moffat?
Well, it's responsibility.
Well, I guess one comment, just to get back to MTO and everything. If you want to compare it to Toronto, I think the difference, it is an MTO road, it's not a road. So I think we some coordination with MTO is probably needed with.
It's our property though.
Our property.
We own
But
it.
I'm thinking of the road. I'm thinking of the road allowance, whether MTO has any bearing on that.
I believe Cardwell Road is a municipal road. The only part that is MTO is 141 going down the hill.
The intersection.
Yeah.
So the other, I was just gonna say, just to go back to Craig's, I'd like to put a motion forward that we defer the decision on this. We work with the Crossroads owner, and staff develop apply it going forward to any further application.
Yeah, okay, do you want to start writing a motion out? But we have a comment from Councillor Fellner as well.
Well, I mean, the thing is I think if we can find a solution for them without, taking up all of July, which is sort of prime season, it would behoove us to do it. To me, that was exactly what Don suggested was really what was in the back of my mind. The farther they get away from that corner, then the safer it becomes wider, and as long as it's our property, I guess then they would be granted the temporary liquor license, right, Don? So why not just see whether they are amenable to moving all their tables farther up the road and further back from the road, and set up a little patio court there, and let them see if they can make something out of this year. I just don't like it where it is right now.
Okay, well, I hear unanimity that its current position isn't safe and we're not prepared to support it. But I also wonder if Dawn and Councillor Finson could deliver the message to Julie and Richard that we want to make it happen. We're going to be flexible, but at the same time, we're asking staff to come back with a recommendation, assuming Councillor Moffat has a motion for us.
Oh, I do.
The clerk has something.
Just to sort of talk out loud a bit about what I've been hearing and processes. So there's one thing, they need municipal approval. And right now, council, that goes to council resolution because council hasn't set a policy where staff have authority to do that. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts, that's council authority right now. So that's one thing. The other one is you have a request that's very specific, and I'm not sure I've heard any member of council in support of the actual request that's there right now.
Where the tables are now. No, I don't think you do.
So one of the possibilities is you actually deny this actual request because it sounds like no matter what your policy, you're not going to approve these tables there. So I'm not sure there is a deferral here. There may be a different action to create a policy for future going forward, but it doesn't sound to me like there's support to actually allow these tables there no matter what the policy is that comes back. So I'm kind of just giving some different options. Now, they're not gonna happen before July 20th, because right now, the only way for approval is council resolution, no matter what Dummett says to them. Because he does not have the authority to give our approval. So I understand council's trying to help them out, but I don't see how you can make that process work before 20th of July, if you can even do it that fast. Unless you're going to delegate that approval to some member of staff, right tonight with a resolution without any background on how that's gonna happen.
So, Mayor, is there a motion?
I believe Councillor Moffat had his hand up first.
Okay.
Well, I do, and I have a motion, but sounds like there's still some discussion on the original.
Okay, we'll have Councillor Osborne, and then we'll read the motion, and then we'll open it for discussion on that motion.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion. We have no motions prepared, correct?
Well, Councillor Moffat has one he's ready to read.
Okay, well, there was no motions prior to this meeting. I'd like to make a motion that we deny the request for the expansion of their patio and ask that they move back onto the property. And you can suffix it with that we will look into other remedies in the future or whatever, but in the meantime, we have to reply to this request. And the reply, in my mind, should be that we deny this request at this time and have them move the field.
So we have a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
We have a motion on the floor already that was moved by Rod Osborne and seconded by Gail Finson. And the first thing we should do, we've had the discussion on it, is to vote on it. And it is resolved, it is that we have no objection. So I'm hearing lots of objections, so we should vote on it. All those in favor of the motion on the floor now? I see no.
I never heard that motion. How could I vote on something I never heard?
Okay, I'll read it again. I've read it once and it's
complete.
Whereas the owners of Crossroad Restaurant in Rosso have submitted a request to council for permission to extend the restaurant's outside patio on the side of the property abutting Cardwell Road and located on Township of Seguin owned property during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario has announced temporary measures to allow liquor sales licensees to increase the size of their patios or to add a new patio once they are again permitted to welcome patrons on site, subject to several conditions, including that the municipality in which the premises is situated has indicated it does not object to an extension. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin has no objection to the request by Crossroads Restaurant in Rosso for permission to extend the restaurant's outside patio on the side of the property abutting Cardwell Road and located on Township of Seguin owned property during the COVID-19 pandemic. All in favor? Councillor Collins, how do you vote?
Nay.
Okay, and so it is defeated. All opposed to this motion? Councillor Osborne, okay. All right, so it is a defeated motion. Councillor Moffat, do you have another motion for us?
Yes. Hopefully the echo won't be too bad. But now that we've defeated that, a motion to have staff work with Crossroad owners to determine a safer location for its outside patio, and staff prepare a policy for all patio applications under COVID-19 until January 1, 2021.
Okay.
And I
Yeah, you wait, hang on. We're going to have to do dictation here because you did cut out. So start again, please.
The motion is to have staff work with Crossroads owners
Council directs staff Work. Okay,
With Crossroads owner to locate its outside patio to a safer location. And to direct staff policy for all patio under COVID-19 until January 1, 2021.
it's really direct staff to recommend a policy. Outside patio extensions. It's until December 31, isn't it, what it is? So, yeah.
I don't know if you put any
Okay.
changes.
Okay, let me take a stab at this and you correct me if I goofed. Council directs staff to work with Crossroads owners to locate the outside patio to a safer location and to direct staff to recommend a policy on outside patio extensions during COVID-19 or until December 31, 2020. That's pretty close?
Yes.
And I'm
With
assuming
that,
you will so move?
I do.
And could I have a seconder to that? Councillor Coles? Is there any discussion on this?
I have one follow-up point.
Okay,
Presuming Crossroads would apply for their extension under the policy, once we get it, but we're still working them towards that policy, whatever.
yeah, I'm assuming that Crossroads will come back and ask again. I
Right.
think that's the next step, isn't
Right.
it? Right. If we're denying their request tonight, so they have to ask us again.
Yeah, they have to get your approval.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a little, well, I guess I do have a little blue hand, sorry. If I could make a suggestion, I think it's, yes, we need to go to Crossroads and explain to them the safety factor and where the tables are not satisfactory. But to actually have a policy to cover other patios like Tapatoo is one I can think of. I think we could be creating a policy that we're going to have to recreate every time if we get 2 or 3 more because everyone's unique. So I would prefer to say that, you know, we deal with each one case by case. Because a policy will not be a blanket policy because they're all, everything's different at each location.
I guess when I'm thinking of policy, I'm thinking of things like safety. I'm not thinking of locations or spaces so much.
And really, this one's unique because it's involving township property.
Right.
A lot of your patio extension is not going to be on township property, or it's not going to be along such a busy road. So, I mean, the kind of policy or process I'm thinking of is actually going to be fairly simple and straightforward. Unless on township property.
Hear your words, that.
Yeah, I know you're going to be getting one, for instance, from the Super 8.
Mm-hmm.
They're coming. They're going to. Yeah. They want to. So, I guess we need the interim to be able to work with staff. Oh, nice and broad. Oh yeah, we can do that.
Excuse me, Mayor, is the Super 8 expanding on their own property?
I believe so, but when he talked to me, they would be expanding beyond the square footage of their liquor license. Because they have X number of square meters of patio, and he needs it to be bigger.
But is that our jurisdiction, or is that the alcohol gaming jurisdiction?
I think the alcohol and gaming people have handed it to us to say you can be bigger, but you still have to have the same number of licensed patrons. You can't change how many people you're serving.
It's still Alcohol and Gaming Commission approval, Don, you're right. They have the authority. All they're saying is they want municipalities to state they have no objection to it. We're just one step in their approval.
Yeah.
Okay, any further comments or questions? We have a motion on the floor that council, that you're gonna work with Crossroads, and I really think Gail and Dawn, maybe you should try and go together and tell them that this wasn't an easy decision for council, because we want their business to grow. But we also have to be really conscious of safety and deliver that message. So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the new motion? And Councillor Collins, how do you vote?
I'm in favor of the new motion.
Thank you, then it's carried. Thank you. On your addendum, you have one more request about Phonom, and I'll ask Councillor Collins this. I thought the Phonom meeting was canceled.
Phenom meeting?
Yeah.
Well, I never heard anything about that being canceled or not. In fact, I wasn't even going to attend it.
Okay, because we have a request to, if we have any items to be discussed at Phonom. So I just was uncertain. Does anybody have anything that they want to be discussed at Phonom? I will put forward to this person that's asking that we'd like rural broadband discussed, but if there's no meeting, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's a silly request.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll try and figure out who's asking and what they're after, because I thought I got an email weeks and weeks ago that the Phonom meeting was not going to occur.
That's Morton. You requested it.
Yeah, but is it just, maybe it's the Phonom board? I don't know. Anyway, we'll find out. Anybody have any other items that they think should be? Okay. And then the last item is our clerks. Item about hay, making hay.
Just to try and summarize for council, as council will recall, the township purchased a piece of land adjacent to the Christopher Memorial Cemetery, 2.5 acres approximately. In the past, I don't know, the past several decades, that's been part of a field that's been hayed. And what we're looking at is permitting the people that hay that to continue to hay it while we're not using it, to keep basically trees and shrubs to start growing, because if we leave it and nobody hays it, by the time we're ready to use it as an expansion, we're going to have to clear the land again. So these people are actually going to start moving into that area this week or next. That's why it came as an addendum. And also because the cemetery committee, we don't meet right now. So we're not going through the cemetery committee, it's straight to council on this. There's no money exchanging hands. We aren't going to pay them to do it. They can take the hay, but that's the extent of what we're looking for authorization for.
Do we have a resolution?
We do, yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So the resolution reads that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve and authorize staff to have Mr. Richard Nowroth continue haying the Christie Memorial Cemetery expansion lands at no cost to the township, other than Mr. Norwest being permitted to keep the hay, as this will maintain the lands and stop any growth of trees or shrubs taking hold before the township begins using the property for cemetery purposes. Could I have a motion from Councillor Fellner? Thank you, Terry. And seconded by Councillor Collins.
Yes, I second that motion.
All in favor, or any discussion, sorry? No discussion, all in favor? Yep. Thank you, that's carried. Okay, so we go on to council reports. Can I start with you, Dale?
Oh, man.
Did you say me?
I don't have a whole lot.
Daryl. Ward 1.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot. I've had a number with regards to ice cap and more to come on that. Museum meetings and a lot of calls, residents on beaches or bylaw. So trying to get staff, getting the information to staff on those. So that's it.
That's it. Ward 2, Councillor Coles.
Not a lot of things either, but we got a belt on the 15th, or the 20th, I should say. Non-consequential, although later we find that we have a couple of staff members that tested positive. I did meet with Tom Dagg and John Jackson over the issue we talked about tonight. The mayor and I plan to listen to them talk about a broadband proposal that will be coming forward later. I'm sure the mayor will talk about that too. Our special council meeting tomorrow. I'm installing our thank line to the Belvedere staff.
Boy, that was hard to hear.
Yeah. Are you guys still getting an echo?
Oh, big time. Yep. Couldn't understand a word Art said.
Okay, we're just like we did before. We're gonna disconnect the phone for a couple seconds and
Good idea.
reconnect it and see if that improves it.
No.
Yeah, run.
I hear Robin.
Hey, Rod, can you hear me?
I could hear your birds before, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You're in your dining room, I can tell.
The power came back on, so I had to put a couple of things going while I carried my cell phone. Now I've got my cell phone on charge. I was down to 2%.
Well, it's good you got your power back.
Yeah. Wondering what that was, but we'll find out, I guess, later. We still have our closed meeting.
Oh God, I forgot about that. I'm done.
We should have had, this is, man, it's a very long.
I haven't had supper yet.
No, I know, neither have I.
Marathons. Any echo? No?
She's never mind.
Art, say a few syllables.
Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, you're good.
There we go.
Let's see if that improves.
You did.
So Councillor Osborne, you're next.
Nothing.
Okay, it's better according to Daryl, okay?
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Okay,
Pass.
go ahead.
Pass.
Nothing, okay. Councillor Fellner.
Did you ask me, Mayor? Not real
If you
clear.
have a council report.
Yes. Since the last meeting, nothing to report. Everything happens in the next 2 weeks.
Okay. Councillor Collins, do you have anything to report?
I have a DSAB meeting coming up this coming Thursday evening.
That's it. Is the echo better?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
Okay, Councillor Vincent.
Not much to report, just many calls about fireworks and renters on Lake Rosso and Cameron Bay. Concerns from businesses regarding washrooms and garbage and those things. I've had a few conversations. I've spoken with the township, with Dominique, and we'll talk again this week. Norm Miller's office has sent a letter about the traffic coming into Seguin on the highways. So hopefully that letter will bring some fruit with it. So the letter is from Norm Miller to the MTO saying, we need a study, we need some signs. I'm going to give them another 2 weeks and then I'm going to move on. So that's been done. There's a little issue with motorcycles stopping on the 632, which I spoke with Peter about, and we're trying to bring some resolution through signs. And I might call you, Daryl, ask you about that later, about the signs through the bike thing. So I might ask you about that if you don't mind. I have a DSAB meeting on Thursday, and just the other thing was the Crossroads issue about the expanded patio. I've had a few calls about it as well as from Terry, but I had a few calls from other residents about the pushing out into the sidewalk. That's all. Thank you.
So on June 16th, Art and I attended the next regional broadband meeting, and the next steps include an RFP for a regional engineering study, which we have our next meeting on Wednesday, and I hope to be able to circulate that RFP to everybody at that point. June 18th, I participated in the Muskoka Lakes Association webinar with 5 other mayors, and it was actually quite something. They had over 200 people sign up to listen to the webinar. June 30th, as Art mentioned, we met with Lakeland Networks, and we will probably be getting a competitive proposal from them to compete against a proposal we're getting from ViaNet. It's interesting that COVID has got the ISPs tripping over each other to service us now. So I'm hoping to bring something substantial to council on the 20th. And tomorrow is the second mayor's call with Premier Ford that I'll be on. And remind everybody to complete your pool survey. And if your comments are complete and you've got concerns like Councillor Osborne and Councillor Mayor Moffat had, write them down. They need to hear all that stuff, but we need the surveys completed. This CAO.
You're done?
Yep, thank you.
It's been busy in the office. Building and planning has lots of activity. The market, we've had 2 markets down at the Rosso waterfront. They've had lots of restrictions, but they've been pretty successful. The first market had 419 attendees. The mayor and I had a Zoom call with Rosso Lake College. They're looking forward to the future. They've got lots of plans. They're very excited, but there's a lot that they have to do before they can welcome students in September. And the mayor and I met with Shannon Burrows from Weeks and delivered the letter to her. And finally, the Rose Point Trail has reopened completely. Oh, good. So that's it.
Okay, I have a motion here that the council.
Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, sorry. We got a comment?
Just on the Rose
Councillor
Point
Moffat,
Trail.
sorry.
Just on the Rose Point Trail, there's the barricades that are just inside the James Bay Junction. I know they've been moved to allow vehicles through, but it doesn't seem to be quite as wide as what it could be, Michelle. I was there on the Friday afternoon, and the side-by-side went through. It was kind of tight. So
Okay,
I'm not.
I'll talk to Peter because he did have a specific measurement.
Yeah.
So I'll talk to Peter.
Okay, it may be that's where maybe those were the specific measurements. I also to Dominique, there's still some signs on Rose Point Trail that says the trail is actually closed to only pedestrians. Yeah, so I spoke to her Friday afternoon, so I'm sure probably someone is taking care of it. So anyways, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Council, I have a motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby receive the correspondence as presented on the agenda and the addendum to the July 6th meeting of council. Could I have a motion from Councillor Felder?
So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Coles.
I'll second that.
All in favor to receive the correspondence? Thank you, that's carried. Now we go with, do you want to read the whole thing? Oh, okay. So I've got a motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby proceed to a closed meeting at 8:36 p.m. in order to address matters pertaining to personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, human resources matters, memorandum of understanding for shared resource personnel, labor relations or employee negotiations, human resources matters, memorandum of understanding for shared resource personnel, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and formal orders made under the Building Code Act, alleged contraventions at the Seguin Marina. A trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization, and that's regarding the RFP provision of Integrity Commissioner Services. Could I have a motion from Councillor Moffat?
I so move.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Osborne.
Seconded.
Okay. All in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Okay, so the first